Hello, everybody, and welcome to Forever Motorsports. You're joining us for the afternoon session of Bahrain pre-season testing day one. So, 2023 season is just a week away. Everybody is very excited, and this is the second session of pre-season testing. So, what happened in that first session? Incredible things. Really, not really, but more to the point, Ferrari already having a slight nose issue and a nose problem. I'm sure some of you might have seen it on Twitter. If you haven't, do be sure to go and see that, or go watch the video on the same channel. We recapped the morning session, so be sure to go and check that video out, and you can find out exactly what happened in the earlier session. But until then, in case you want to know, so what happened in that first session? Well, Ferrari's nose has got a little air dent. Air resistance is forming a dent on the front of the nose, which is not supposed to happen. They've already confirmed it's a flaw and a flawed design problem, which they're going to need to rectify over the next couple of days. So it is just that small issue which they're going to need to fix. So that was quite interesting. Aston Martin also had a small problem. They had a small electrical issue, but that is all sorted now as well. So no cars seeming really to have many issues, except for, of course, Ferrari having a little nose issue, but that's about it. So yeah, I mean, let me know what you guys think is going to happen with regards to this session now. This afternoon session is going to get going just in a bit, but until then, of course, we will be waiting and chatting as needs be. So in the first session, you'll see the times over here. So you saw Verstappen got the quickest time there at a 1 minute 32 seconds and 90.95. Science was leading that session for most of it, but yeah, got a second place there in that first session in terms of times. Of course, don't take times too seriously. You know, everyone's testing their own cars in different ways and trying to see what issues are, and some drivers get accustomed to their cars quicker than others. So yeah, don't take too much notice of the timings too much yet, but of course we should hopefully have a very good second session now. Hopefully see some quicker times and see those times on that board beaten as soon as possible, and that would be great for us to see. Some new drivers coming into the session, not all of them, but some new ones are taking over as according to the schedule. I actually just want to find that schedule so I can tell you which drivers are going to be in it. I do want to just have a look. Okay, so yeah, so we've got Verstappen still staying in this session, the second session for Red Bull. Leclerc, big name, of course, coming into this session. Sainz will not be racing in this afternoon session. It will be Leclerc in the preseason testing afternoon. Same thing also with Mercedes. They're swapping out their drivers. Russell no longer, and Hamilton will begin doing his preseason this afternoon as well. In Alpine as well, Gasly will be leaving and Ocon is coming in for his car attempts. Same thing with McLaren. Piastri out, Norris in. Alfa Romeo, Zhou out, Bottas in. Aston Martin, Alonso will be racing this afternoon, not Drogovic. Haas, Hulkenberg will not be racing. Magnussen coming into the lineup, and AlphaTauri, De Vries will be racing instead of Tsunoda, and Williams, Albon will not be racing, and Sargent will be. So every single team is swapping their drivers except for Red Bull. So that is the only interesting thing. Red Bull have split their sessions into 1.5 days. So we've got Verstappen taking the morning session, which he's already completed, doing the afternoon session, and is doing tomorrow morning session, whereas Perez will then take over from tomorrow afternoon into Saturday morning and Saturday evening. I don't know if Verstappen's got some other event that he needs to be going to or something, that perhaps they've done it like that. But nonetheless, every other team is pretty much swapping as they go. So if I just quickly preview who will be driving in each session for Ferrari, as I said, Leclerc this afternoon, Sainz tomorrow morning, Leclerc in the afternoon, again tomorrow afternoon. Then Saturday morning is Leclerc, and in the afternoon will be Sainz. And Mercedes, Hamilton this afternoon, Hamilton tomorrow morning, Russell tomorrow afternoon, Russell Saturday morning, and Hamilton Saturday afternoon. Other drivers, McLaren is also another one I suppose we keep our eye on. Norris this afternoon, Norris tomorrow morning, Piastri in the afternoon tomorrow, and then Piastri on Saturday morning, and Norris finishing on Saturday afternoon. So that is the drivers testing lineup. We are going to get the second session of the day underway soon, in about 10 minutes or so, or 15 minutes. And we will then get to see all of the new faces, with the exception of Perez, have a go in this season's models of their various cars that they race for. So we're just having a quick look at the season from last season and the session this morning. You know, what we're expecting from teams, what are the expectations for the drivers, and also look at rivalries, I suppose. You know, a big rivalry, of course, formed last year in Leclerc and Verstappen, and yeah, I mean, unfortunately, Leclerc could not come out on top in that instance at all, because his car, a lot of the time, and strategy was not there, and also a couple of times driver mistakes. You saw Leclerc make a few mistakes in a couple of his races, which really cost him a lot of points. Hamilton and Verstappen, of course, another big rivalry. I'm hoping to see that maybe become a bigger thing than it was last season. Hamilton was not gifted the best car in the world last season. Having said that, though, Russell did outperform him, which is, of course, very interesting. But Hamilton hopefully is going to come back stronger than ever in that Mercedes, and I'm hoping the Mercedes team come back stronger than ever and really do compete right at the top. We want to see Red Bull, we want to see Ferrari, and we want to see Mercedes all competing for that top position at a very, very close race. We don't want to see a runaway winner. We want to see it right down to the wire. That's the sort of season we really want to see in Formula One. And of course, that is why we have testing now. Everyone is testing their new cars. They're hoping they've got the cars up to speed, ready to compete against each other. And of course, this is a new season, so all of the old woes are gone. They are behind us. We now look forward. We've got new drivers, we've got new team principals, we've got new cars, so all to drive for. I suppose I was going to say play for, all to drive for. And I think the biggest team that would be looking for a bounce back will probably be Ferrari. I think Ferrari had a car that probably could have won the championship last season, if not for the reliability issues and strategy problems. If they fix those two things and the car is improved from last year, I think you're going to see a very, very strong Ferrari outfit. And Ferrari have not won a Constructors' Championship in years, so it would be very interesting to see if they can finally get that behind their name again. So, just waiting on the second session to start, but yeah, let me know your thoughts of the first session, and what do you think is going to happen in this session here? And yeah, just going to create a poll quickly, and I want to know your guys' thoughts with regards to your predictions for the season. Let me just fix that. It's Verstappen, Leclerc, Sainz, perhaps, Hamilton. Let's ask those ones there. I think those are the four that we could possibly talk about winning. And yeah, so go and fill in. Who do you think is going to win the 2023 season out of those drivers there? We've got Verstappen, we've got Leclerc, we've got Sainz, and we've got Hamilton. Do let me know your thoughts. Who is going to be the difference, essentially? Very interested to hear your thoughts. And we're just looking here at some highlights of rivalries, teammate rivalries. That, of course, being Hamilton and Nico Rosberg for a couple of years as well, where both of them were really challenging each other, and those are the ones fighting it out for the season title. Got very, very feisty, of course. So, yeah, we like a bit of competition within the team, of course, as well. But you need to keep it friendly and make sure the team is, of course, the main thing. So, just waiting on all of these various adverts to end, and we will then get to watch our second session. And yeah, I mean, this session here, I think, will we even see Ferrari attempting to change that nose problem, or will we see that nose problem persist? Will they have time to have a look at that nose? Will they try and get a new nose on? We'll have to try and see what they might do. And yeah, I mean, I don't know if we're going to see some more rails put on the back, so the more aerodynamic rails just to measure. We'll see some more paint being used around the car to see where the air is going and how the air is flowing around the car. All of those sort of things will be tested, of course. This is preseason testing. The whole point is for them to get an understanding of what the car needs improving, what in the car needs improving, and of course, for the drivers to get used to their car and make sure their car is set up to the absolute best possible way for them to get their best positions and get their fastest lap times. We are testing in Bahrain. Bahrain is, of course, where we have our first Grand Prix. It's next weekend. Cannot wait. And, of course, we will stream it here on Forever Sports as well. So be sure to join us for that as well. But if you guys are also interested, you're more than welcome to obviously go across to our other channel, Forever Motorsport, where there's more defined content and some other things with regards to motorsports and F1, and you can go and see those videos there as well. But I mean, yeah, so we've got the season starting next week. Red Bull will want a better start than last year, of course. But if they get a really, really strong start, I think people might already go, oh, dear, is this the start of a runaway again? And is this going to be Verstappen's third Drivers' Championship in a row? That will be the question. And these will be the sort of questions that we ask as of next week. But what I'd really like to see is actually an underdog. I think an underdog victory next week would be a huge statement from F1 in terms of the teams. So like somebody like an Alpine or a McLaren. If you saw one of those two teams go out and suddenly somehow win the Bahrain Grand Prix, unlikely, I grant, but go and win the Bahrain Grand Prix next week, I think that could be huge in terms of setting the mark for the season. And the big three will, of course, then need to jump around a bit and make sure that they don't fall behind in those championship points. So yeah, we're about to get going with our second session, the second testing session of preseason, of course. And yeah, so Hamilton and Leclerc in this session. Very keen to see how these two drivers fare around. And I'll tell you what would be very interesting to hear. I mean, of course, we can't hear it because this is very much still testing, so that we're still having lots of chats and things like that. But I mean, they're going to be chatting to the drivers as they drive around the track all the time. And I would love to hear the radio chatter between them with regards to how the car's feeling for each driver, how they're feeling in the car, etc. I would love to know how these drivers respond to these vehicles and the chat that they're going to be giving back to their team back in the pits. So yeah, day one, session 2 is about to get going. So just a bit of information about the track. It's 5.4 kilometers long. You use the full throttle about 63% of the time. Top speeds can be reached here of 320 kilometers an hour. There are 15 turns. The elevation is between 0 and 15.2 meters. It's of course in Bahrain, close to the capital, Manama. And yeah, Bahrain circuit, very famous. And we are testing for all these cars today for the afternoon session. Now, it's very dry. Air temperature is 30 degrees and the track temperature 41 degrees Celsius. Now, just having a look at some of the palm trees of the track, and yeah, we will get going very, very soon. So do stay with us. We are just waiting on the signal to be given for the session to begin, and I'm sure we will see cars make their way out onto the track. Yeah, so there was, as I say, only one red flag in the first session. which was just Aston Martin having a small issue with Dragovic's car, which we believe, as I say, was an ECU issue, overpowering the ECU unit as a result of the rails that were put on the car. So that was the one issue that we found. And of course, the other thing that was well spotted by a lot of fans, was, of course, the little nose divot that Ferrari got. And it was quite funny to actually watch back to see that little divot form in the front of the nose. And they have admitted it's a flaw, and they will be fixing it. And it's not supposed to be happening. A lot of people were going and creating these strange theories and things about how it's strategic and it's a development that they've created. And we are looking at the Ferrari here, and they've taken off the nose. It's quite interesting. We're having a look at they've taken off the nose, just having a look at the naked part of it. So we'll be interested to see whether or not they can fix that nose, whether or not they'll fix it for this session. Charles Leclerc, we see here in the pits getting ready to get inside his car. It was the first time we're seeing Charles Leclerc in the hot seat for this testing and, of course, for the 2023 season. So we will see how he fares as well. So this will be Logan Sargent's first session as well. First time in a Formula One car in front of the world. So we'll be very interested to see how he fares as well. So yeah, we will be joined by my fellow pundit, and he will also be doing some of the live watching along today this afternoon. He will be joining, and we will be swapping in and out for this session just to talk you through it and to see what's happening. Of course, we don't really see a car getting ready to go yet. I think the only one that might be close to going is perhaps Aston Martin. Looks like Fernando Alonso is getting ready to go out in the Aston. So we'll see whether or not he can have a... Yeah, he's putting on his kit. This Aston Martin is still a bit naked, though. A lot of the pieces missing. Of course, they can put those on in 2 seconds. But yeah, missing a lot of those so far still. Haas seemingly putting on the front nose of the car. So maybe they're going to be the first ones out. Nobody's out yet, though. Nobody has made the maneuver out. So looking at the total number of laps done, the most were done by Alex Albon, 74 laps. Verstappen has done 71, Sainz 72. 69 laps have been done by Russell. Zhou has done 67. Hülkenberg only 51. Drugovich got the fewest at 40 as a result of the small issue. Tsunoda with 46. Gasly with 60. And Oscar Piastri with 52 laps. Those were all completed in the first session. Nobody has come out of the pits yet for the second session. There's a lot of changing and moving around in the dugouts. So I reckon they're just still trying to fix and adjust things as according to that first session. I think a lot of information was clearly taken in, and they're going to get a better understanding and adjust the cars accordingly before they send them back out. And of course, a lot of these cars are the other ones being set up for their relevant drivers. This, of course, almost all of the teams except for Red Bull are having their alternative driver come on now. So we saw in the first half a certain number of drivers. In the second half, we're going to see Max Verstappen, the only one returning, who's already driven out there. So can he continue leading the pack? That is the great question. Still waiting on the first car to come out. So we are currently live. It is currently already almost 6 minutes into the second session, this afternoon session in Bahrain. And nobody has yet left the pits. But we are obviously looking at the bottom half of your screen over here. We are looking at that simply so that we can see all of those drivers in the bottom half. Those are the ones we're going to be seeing in this session, as well as the main man right at the top, Max Verstappen. And just going back to our poll here, I've got a few votes there, and people reckon Hamilton is going to win this season, which I think is a brave call, considering Ferrari and Red Bull were the two dominant teams last year. But of course, it is Mercedes. Never ever leave out Mercedes from the question. It also doesn't help that Russell did perform better than Hamilton overall for the season. Nonetheless, Hamilton does have the pedigree to win a Drivers' Championship. He's done it once or twice. So Hamilton, of course, the one looking to really improve this year, and we'll see whether or not he can get onto the podium sooner than last season, or at least even onto the podium at all. So yeah, still waiting. Funny enough, I mean, it is bizarre. You know, we've finally got allowed the cars to go out onto track and for them to go and do some laps, and nobody has opted to take that. So nobody is out onto track yet. So yeah, we're just waiting still on the teams. It looks like the Williams is very close to going out. They are just finalizing some things. Yeah, it looks like Williams might well be the first car out. So that will be Sargent. Sargent getting his first go in front of the public. Yeah, so we're seeing there in the background Sargent getting talked to from one of the Williams engineers. It's Logan Sargent, first season in F1. How will he fare? Would love to know your thoughts. Yeah, what do you think his expectations will be? And yeah, this Williams car is being very much prepped and getting ready to go out onto track. We do have a driver inside the Alpine. So Ocon is inside his car. I think the first driver inside his car. So finally, hopefully, going to have some cars go out on track just before the 4-hour mark, as in 4 hours left. Yeah, so just waiting on the first car to go out onto track, and we will then have yeah, so yeah, we're finally getting some drivers ready to go out onto track, and we will get to see all of these cars, well, all the new drivers at least, have a go in the new cars for 2023. Yeah, so just speaking to the AlphaTauri boss now, Franz Tost. He's just having some comments with the pundits here. We're just going to get his thoughts about this morning as well. Just talking about Nick de Vries, of course, joining the AlphaTauri team, and saying that yeah, they're very happy with him, and very happy he's joined his lineup, and they cannot wait to see what he's going to do. Yeah, they're just talking about the car running this morning. They're saying it ran without any issues, really. So they're quite happy. That is AlphaTauri, of course, who was speaking to Franz Tost, team principal of AlphaTauri. Drivers for AlphaTauri, Yuki Tsunoda, and new man Nick de Vries. Now, so yeah, we still don't have a driver on track as of yet, as far as I understand it. Yeah, nobody's out onto track yet, but hopefully very, very soon. It's been green for now almost 13 minutes, and we still don't have any car out there. Charles Leclerc is getting into his Ferrari, which is obviously good news. So we do finally have a look at Charles Leclerc getting into his Ferrari, ready for this afternoon session, taking over from teammate Carlos Sainz, of course. And they're having a good zoom in of the nose. So yeah, if you didn't know, in the first session there, that Ferrari nose just had a bit of a divot form from the air pressure, which is quite hilarious, of course. We're also having a look here at Lando Norris in the McLaren. Be very interested to see how he can fare in this second session. Of course, Piastri in that first session got the slowest times out of any of the cars, so McLaren won't be concerning themselves yet But if that is an early indicator of how they're going to fare this season, it's not a good indicator. And we finally have our first car out on track, and it's somebody who's already been around this track 70 times or 71 times. That is current world champion Max Verstappen. He is out on track, and he's going to get some more laps under his belt as well. Yeah, so Max Verstappen, I mean, it's just a bit of a bizarre thing. So tomorrow, this time, Max Verstappen will be finished his entire preseason testing. No other drivers can be finished then. Only Max Verstappen. It's a bit of a weird one, if I'm honest. So yeah, Max Verstappen is now going to get some laps under his belt, finally. And yeah, we'll hopefully see Charles Leclerc follow suit. And yeah. So, Max Verstappen, number 1, currently doing his first lap in this session. He's just finished his out lap, and he's now going to do a paced lap. I want to see what tires he's on. Yeah, that famous white helmet of Max Verstappen has made it out onto track. And let's see how he does with regards to times. So his first sector's got a 31.6. We'll just see what time he puts in here as he finishes this first quick lap. And a good question as to what he's put in. I think he's come straight into the pits. I do think he's come straight into the pits. We'll confirm it now. So just watching him. I'm just watching the thing, so I'm a little bit behind in terms of the stream. But just seeing, I think he's actually come into the pits straight away. So a bit of a weird one to send him out. I think I want to confirm this first. So in case you didn't know, Max Verstappen has managed to accumulate over his career 77 podiums so far. 77. And he's still as young as anything. So let's just confirm whether or not Max actually did complete a lap, or did he go straight in? Oh, he does go straight into the pits. I think that's an installation lap. That is exactly what it is. That is what they've done there. Red Bull have done. So, yeah, he will be taking over. And I think we are joined now by Reese. Reese has just come to my right-hand side on the screen here. So he's going to join us this afternoon as well. Hello, Reese.
Hello. Yes, I've got my audio set up right in time for that.
Perfect. So,
can you hear me fine?
Yes, we can all hear you fine. So, perfect. Lewis Hamilton here, we are looking at over here. He's got his helmet on. He's got 103 career race wins. What do you think his season holds?
Well, this season is very important for him. Last year, it was his first year in Formula One that he did not have a race win. First car that he's ever driven in Formula One without winning. So I think this year he certainly needs to make that a goal to do at least.
100%. So, I mean, Mercedes as well also had a rather, I mean, not a shocking season. You know, you can't call it a shocking season, but really in their eyes, they would see it as a bad season. They did not compete really at all throughout the entire year. They did not compete. They were not in the question, really. So Mercedes as well, maybe at fault for Lewis Hamilton's lack of a pole?
Yes, I think they took a very daring approach to last year's regulations, to the new regulations in general. And I think that it just, unfortunately, did not pay out as they were expecting. I mean, obviously, their design is quite radical in terms of its layout with the 0 side pods. But I think that they seem to have found all the issues that they had last year, and this year they're going to be a lot stronger. And I think they definitely are going to be very competitive.
And I think, of course, that'll be good for all of their fans, of which they have many. And I'm just watching here the AlphaTauri of Nick De Vries, his first time out on track in the new F1 cars for this season. He's got the green paint all over his car, obviously before aerodynamics there. Nick De Vries joining F1. Your thoughts?
Yes, I mean, obviously Nick has got a lot of experience in other formulas, in Formula E, as well as obviously Formula 2 and Formula 3. He's a very talented driver, having won one of his seasons in Formula E. So I think that he may be a rookie in Formula 1, but he's certainly not a rookie in terms of motorsport in general.
Yeah, 100%. And you saw the session earlier. What were your thoughts?
Yes, well, it was very interesting. I think my biggest takeaway was certainly the nose of that Ferrari, the way that it was deflecting under high speeds. It's either a integral issue in the nose of that Ferrari, or it may just be some trickery going.
Coming from the Ferrari have already confirmed, and they were spoken to, and somebody got an interview with them that it was indeed a fault. Ferrari has said it's not supposed to happen. No thoughts about trickery. I know a lot of people on Twitter were trying to say it's maybe it's a strategic thing, maybe it's something new to add. But in fact, no, Ferrari said it is a small fault and they are going to be fixing it. So I think that was quite funny as well.
Well, you can never be too sure to ask those questions nowadays. I mean, we saw in the past few years the deflecting front wings. So it definitely had to be questioned, and at least we have our answer now.
Yeah, 100%. And I do see that Leclerc has joined the track as well. Leclerc, what a season he needs to have now.
Oh, yes, for sure. He needs to definitely step it up this year. Not just in terms of his driving, but I think in terms of Ferrari in general, they need to step it up in terms of their strategy, in terms of their pit stops. They just need to be a lot better rounded this year, and just they can't make any small mistakes like they did last year.
100%. Yeah. I mean, the likes of Ferrari and Mercedes have got a lot to improve on. Red Bull, can they keep it up? It's a good question. Of course, Red Bull have always been very, very strong every season, and I'm sure they will be strong yet again.
Of course, they've always been quite strong and always a competitive team. This year is going to be quite difficult for them. Obviously, winning the Constructors' Championships, you get less aero time, and with their cost cap breach, they get even less now, 25% less than what they would have had before. So it is definitely going to be very interesting and difficult for them to stay competitive and bring upgrades throughout the season.
100%. And we do see that Charles Leclerc has currently got those aerial rails on the back of his car, measuring where the airflow is going on his car. So he's currently doing laps with that on to take some data back to his team. And So
yes, obviously now during testing we have a lot of CFD correlation going on. So they're trying to see if their real car actually correlates to their simulation cars. So that's what they will be doing quite a lot this weekend, just making sure that their fluid dynamics testing is correlating to the car in real life.
100%. So I mean, quite interesting. These things obviously draw a little bit of power off the ECU, and that seemed to be the issue for Aston Martin this morning. That's what it was supposedly. Aston Martin had the rails on, and it had a small ECU problem where it stopped on track and caused a red flag in the first thing.
Yes, they did have that small ECU issue. Luckily, it wasn't anything too bad. They were still able to carry on running later in that session. I think we are seeing quite a competitive Aston Martin this year. Just listening to the official commentators, they're quite impressed with the stance of that car.
100%. Yeah. We are going to look at all of the cars, obviously, as the session goes on. We've got Nick de Vries, Leclerc, Ocon, and Sargent currently on track. We're still waiting for Norris, Alonso, Magnussen, Hamilton, and Bottas. Verstappen is also on track, but he was there in the first session, so he's not a new driver, and we've already seen what he's done in that first session. So all he's going to be doing is picking up some more data for the team and for himself, getting used to that car. And interestingly, of course, is he's the only one who's was in the morning session that is in the session as well. I mean, what do you think of Red Bull's strategy in that regard?
Well, it means that Max is able to get a good feel for the car. Obviously, he is their number one driver, so they are going to want to tailor the car around him. So it certainly makes sense to have him in the car the entirety of the first day, and then they can obviously iron out some of the gremlins quite early on. Sergio will obviously get his turn tomorrow, and I think if I'm correct, he also has the whole day to himself tomorrow. If not, then it is certainly further throughout testing that he does have a full day to himself.
Yeah, so Verstappen...
It's even either way.
Yeah, so Verstappen has got the 2 sessions today as well as the morning session tomorrow. So they're going all 3 sessions in a row, all for Verstappen, and then the last 3 sessions will all be for Perez. So I almost imagine it's not necessarily strategic as much. It might actually be Verstappen's got somewhere to be on Saturday. I don't know. That's my only thought, because it's a bit weird to have all 3 sessions straight away for Verstappen, unless they're just thinking, let's get Verstappen out of the way and have full focus on Verstappen rather than trying to do 2 drivers throughout the whole weekend. So you spend the first half just on Verstappen, making sure that he's there, and you've got everybody working on Verstappen. You don't even think about Perez. And then once Verstappen ends at lunchtime tomorrow, they're then all full focus on Perez and getting him up to speed in that Red Bull car.
Yeah, I'm just watching now. I finally got my stream up. Took some time to get it working.
Yeah, and Alonso and Norris now out of the pits and onto the track. Norris, of course, for McLaren. McLaren, who are needing to really have a big improved season as well. Not a good season last season at all.
Yes. Obviously, they lost that Constructors' Championship to Alpine. So they will be pushing this year to get back to 4th in the Constructors. It should be quite difficult. It's already looking like from McLaren they are going into a bit of a trying to think of the winning of the game for this year for some reason, unfortunately.
Yeah, so McLaren needing to really improve and be a bit more competitive, I think, closer towards the top of the table. I think another team that's been heavily talked about this morning in the session was Alpine. And Alpine's front nose being so flat. And they're having a lot of look at that. And they reckon Alpine also reckon they've got a car that's really going to compete at the highest level this year. They reckon they could be challenging for podiums. So they're very, very happy with their car. And I'm very interested to see how Alpine can do with the likes of Ocon and Gasly, of course. Not Gasly, sorry. I'm right. No, not. What am I talking about? I've lost myself quickly, but nonetheless, Alpine will, of course, be looking to try and challenge as much as possible as well.
Another very interesting team that I was enjoying watching was the Williams. They looked quite fast during during the first testing session.
Yeah. Alex Albon there getting quite a good record there in third place. You got third fastest lap in that first session. So yeah, very, very quick Williams were. So yeah, I would love to see how they fare in this second session, of course, with their alternative driver, that being Sargent, of course.
Yes, Logan Sargent is in Formula One rookie. It's also American, which is great for Formula One to have.
Exactly. Yeah, so we've got Logan Sargent coming in for Williams, and he is not got a time yet. He's still in the pits, not gone much on that Williams car yet for this session. We are following Norris right now, who's, of course, putting in his first time for the session and his first time for the year on this track. We'll see how it fares to Verstappen's. It looks to be quite a slow lap. Of course, this is his very first one, so it is expected. And it will look to finish about 3.9 seconds behind Verstappen's quickest time so far.
Obviously, you have to take into consideration here that people are on different tires, on prototype tires, on obviously the softer or the medium tires. So you definitely have to look at that when you are comparing times here today.
Yeah. So as I said, the sessions here, don't take the times too seriously, as I've been saying all day. It's more for different things. Teams are trying out different methods and understanding the cars and fixing and adjusting accordingly. It's very much data, but that's what they're doing right now. And especially on the first day, it's data. By day 3, they might be trying to get as fast a time as possible around the track, just to see where they stand. But the very first day, it's very much, let's get this car used to us as the drivers, and let's get the team understanding what is going on.
Yes, obviously that is the name of the game of testing, is just trying to gather as much data as you can over the next few days, and then hopefully bringing some upgrades throughout the rest of the season to improve your car. Obviously, this also helps them get ready for next week's first race, as it will be around the same track.
Yeah. Obviously, Bahrain first Grand Prix. So to get good testing here is going to put themselves in the best position for the race next weekend. And of course, it will make sure that they can hopefully have a good start as well. So if you can make sure you get testing right here, at least on this track, knowing exactly what is expected on this track, to have a good start next weekend would be great for all of the teams. Of course, last season, Red Bull, they had 2 retirements in that very first race, so testing didn't quite work for them all that well in terms of checking the reliability parts. But I'm sure all the teams will be ensuring that that does not happen to them as we start the 2023 season.
Yeah, I think that in terms of engines, they should be a lot more reliable compared to last year. Obviously, they've had last year to iron out those issues a bit more, but hopefully they are able to obviously all round just be a bit more reliable in terms of the engines. You never know obviously how well your aerodynamics are going to work until you actually get your car out on track. We haven't had many people running in dirty air just yet, but I think after the first few races we'll see some changes being made to the cars just to allow them to run better in the pack.
Yeah, so I mean, we're going to see a lot of these different sort of things. These first early races is very much data collection, and a lot of these teams will be looking and adjusting their cars accordingly in these first few races. As Reese says, with regards to dirty air, how they act within a racing scenario. Obviously, full tanks as well. A lot of these runs have been done with near empty tanks and things, so they've not got a lot of fuel in the cars for some of this testing. But yeah, I am going to leave and I'm going to let Reese continue the stream, and I will come back later. But you will be stuck around with Reese, and so until then, I'm going to say goodbye.
Yes, so far it has been very interesting in testing. If you do have any questions, please let me know now, or let me know down in the comments. but I will be keeping you company alongside the rest of testing for today. We have quite a few rookies obviously out on track, taken over at Aston Martin, replacing Lance Stroll. If you didn't hear, Lance Stroll had a cycling accident right before preseason testing, so he will not be driving at all for the next 3 days. But hopefully he will be back for the first race next weekend in Bahrain. I'm just having some tips, bear with me. Currently, we have Pierre Gasly just chatting to one of the Sky Sports commentators, just giving some of his opinion on how the car was driving, just saying it felt quite good compared to last year's cars. There's some weaknesses, but they are able to hopefully fix that. Esteban Ocon is obviously out in the car currently, so Gasly will be back in the car tomorrow in the morning. Luckily for Alpine, saying so far that there are no issues that he's seen so far in the car. Some areas obviously where they can improve, but I think that is always common. You're always going to hopefully have points where you want to improve the car for the rest of the season. This is obviously Pierre Gasly's first year in the Alpine team. Last year he was still racing for AlphaTauri, and the French outfit bought him to accompany Esteban Ocon. So far, Max Verstappen still has the fastest time of 1:32.9, closely followed by Carlos Sainz, about 0.3 seconds slower than him. Hopefully that is an indicator showing that Ferrari and Red Bull are once again very competitive. We're seeing the Alpine being pushed back into the garage. Obviously just done with some of their testing for now. Going to do a bit of a reset or setting up for some other tests. Just watching an onboard of Lewis Hamilton in the black Mercedes at the moment, also showing some great pace out on track. Car looking so great in the sunshine, just showing all of that raw carbon fiber with a little bit of black paint over the top. I certainly believe that this is my favorite livery for 2023. Obviously, we are going to get some special liveries throughout the year, with the likes of Red Bull doing two fan design liveries at the American tracks. Let's see what time Lewis puts in as he crosses the line. Puts in a 1:38.0. So still quite far off the pace at the moment, but he is on a set of the yellow wall tires, so different to what Max was running in the first half. I think Max was running some prototype tires, as it is not showing up on the tire graphic. Just looking at Fernando Alonso in the garage, just watching on, hopefully getting back in the car soon. Ooh, just a moment from Lewis Hamilton into the tight S's. Just slightly losing the rear end there. Still not showing that complete stability that Mercedes would want. It's still showing that it's quite loose. Valtteri Bottas is now out on track, hoping to set some new fast laps. In the first half, in first session of testing, we had Guan Yu Zhou out on track. Valtteri Bottas now sporting his new testing helmet, which is quite funny. It is. He's obviously changed his hairstyle to a mullet, looking like an Australian more and more every day. So he has now matched his helmet to have a mohawk. A mohawk. What is it? So sorry, he's just changed his helmet to have more of a mohawk and mustache combination. Is quite funny. I'm sure a lot of you have seen those pictures of him online with his new helmet. So far, our top three teams are Red Bull, Ferrari, and Williams. Williams, obviously quite a shock so far in testing. Obviously, you can't take anything seriously just yet in terms of lap times. But if it is any indication, that would be great to see Williams up at the top of the timesheets. Ooh, big moment from Valtteri Bottas through corner 2 and 3, just sliding around there quite a lot. Still seeing a lot of these cars bouncing. I don't think it's porpoising as much. Obviously, they have changed the regulations for this year, raising the ride height by about 15 centimeters in order to stop porpoising. But we're still seeing how much these cars bounce around on a bumpier track surface. Often get the shots showing the driver's head and just how much oscillation goes through them. I don't understand how they're able to see sometimes. It's just so bouncy out on track. We have Valtteri Bottas now coming to end his lap. Let's see what time he is able to put in. 1:37.2 so far. Just watching the McLaren in the pit lane at the moment, just with no tyres on. I don't think the driver's in the car yet. I think they're just ramping up towards the next bit of testing. Lando Norris obviously in the McLaren for this afternoon session. Oof, bit wide there by Magnussen. Everyone just trying to get as comfortable as they can in these new cars once again after the long winter season. Big lockup there from Kevin Magnussen. Apparently that car has been locking up quite a lot all day. Once again, brake issues possibly for Haas. Haas have obviously historically always had some sort of brake issue throughout the season. I remember when Kevin Magnussen and Romain Grosjean were teammates, they were constantly complaining about the brakes. So far, Haas sitting down in 6th position at the moment in terms of times. So far looking competitive. Obviously, Haas is now able to run a lot closer to the cost cap this year. They have a big new sponsor in MoneyGram, which allows them to run as close to the maximum amount of money you're allowed to spend per year, which is amazing in terms of them for development of their car. Oh, just another look at that moment from Kevin Magnussen, just going completely over the not the bollards, but the curbs there, just getting so wide. And then another look at his big lockup that will definitely be shaking him up a bit in the cockpit of the car. Fernando Alonso there on the pit wall, just having a look at what's going on, just keeping track with all the other teams, as well as his own team, just checking on the day-to-day with his engineers. Just picking up words from the commentators there. Just on board there with Nick de Vries now at the moment in the AlphaTauri. AlphaTauri now sporting a new sponsor. It looks a bit like the Alfa Romeo when you look on board, as it has a big all-in sponsorship. But no, that is one of AlphaTauri's new sponsors for 2023. Looking very comfortable so far out on track, Nick de Vries. Obviously, so much experience in other formulas. Now his first full-time Formula One seat. So it will definitely be interesting to watch him fighting against his teammate this year, Yuki Tsunoda. I definitely think Nick de Vries will be able to outperform Yuki Tsunoda at almost every race. Not downplaying Yuki Tsunoda at all, but I think Nick de Vries just comes with so much more experience and so much more hunger for some good points in Formula One. Replay of Max Verstappen out on track now. Let's see what he gets up to. Also just going very wide at turn 4, going completely over the stripes there and just getting back on track and neatening it up a bit more. But that will take out a big chunk of time for him. Lots of understeer there for Nick de Vries down into turn 10. Obviously, track temperature and track condition is playing a lot into this at the moment. It's just so hot, so they are really struggling to get any grip out there. Specifically, the rear tires at the moment are really struggling out on track. They're just battling to get any grip from those rears. Obviously, they're also here in the middle of the desert, so there's going to be quite a lot of sand out on track. Lando Norris now about to get out on track, just having a look at his bright yellow helmet in that papaya car. Still 3.5 hours to go of testing for this afternoon. Lots of testing available to the teams, and I'm hoping we'll see a lot of running from all of the cars out on track. So far, no stoppages in this session. Only issue we had last session was an electrical issue for Aston Martin, which took about 15 minutes out of that session. Ferrari of Charles Leclerc is also out on track now. Just getting a feel for his new challenger for 2023. Oh, big lockup from Kevin Magnussen going into turn 1. He just managed to touch the curb on the entry of that, which caused him to lock up quite a bit more. Charles Leclerc now starting his first hot lap for today. Rear wing wide open now as he crosses the start-finish line. Quite bouncy when he's coming into the braking zone there. I think that is because there are quite a few bumps there. their car obviously maybe being a little bit softer, allowing them to bounce a bit more as he comes now into turn 5. Coming to the tight technical section now. His car just looking so stable through there, just getting that rotation perfectly. Staying within track limits. Obviously, during testing, they don't need to, but so far he is keeping very neat and tidy. Ferrari also looking like one of my favorite cars for the season. I think that red Ferrari livery is always just so classic. You can never go wrong with a red racing car. As Will Buxton says, tell a child to draw a racing car and he'll paint it red. So far, still, our fastest time for today is Max Verstappen's, closely followed by Carlos Sainz. Hopefully, Charles Leclerc will be able to go faster now on his current lap. We can see currently the Williams is out on track with a lot of high-vis paint at the moment. Just looks like someone has dipped that entire car in green paint. This is Logan Sargent's first testing session as a Formula One driver in his new Williams Challenger for 2023. Looking all good out on track at the moment with the Williams of Logan Sargent. Just going into the final corner here. Not looking so stable just yet, but obviously it is his first session in this new car. Still getting comfortable with it, but I'm sure as he keeps going along, that confidence will grow. There's a nice close shot of all of that flaw-vis paint just covering the left-hand suspension. Obviously just wanted to have a look at that behind the scenes. A lot of chat at the moment about his race number for this year. Logan Sargent has chosen the number 2 this year, which used to belong to Stoffel Vandoorne. Stoffel Vandoorne obviously is still a backup driver for one of the for McLaren, but if he comes in as a reserve driver, he will have to change his number because Logan Sargent now takes the number 2. Big lockup there now from the Alfa Romeo of Valtteri Bottas. That's definitely going to be a big flat spot on those tires. Watching now the AlphaTauri of Nick de Vries just going through. I think he's on a hot lap at the moment. We see Esteban Ocon now out of the car, obviously just on a bit of a break before they carry on again. No time set so far in this session. There's quite a few mechanics working around his car. Looking like they're working on his mirror at the moment. Maybe it fell off. Just working with some heat guns, I assume, to set the carbon fiber in place. Just doing that on both sides of the car at the moment. Putting a lot more reinforcing on it, so clearly there was a bit of an issue. Just watching a replay now of that Alpine going over the curbs. I'm going to watch that mirror. Yes, you can see one of the stays breaks, and you can just see that mirror starting to shake quite a lot. So that is what the work they are doing at the moment is for, just to stabilize them a bit more and reinforce them. So already that component needs some upgrades before the first race of the season. That is all what testing is about. It is about finding these small issues that the cars may have and just sorting it out before the first race. We see Charles Leclerc out on track again. Just another shot of him going on a hot lap. Obviously, the majority of the talk from the first session was about that Ferrari front nose. Just you could see under high speeds how it was deforming a bit. People thinking maybe it was Ferrari master plan, just some inventive aerodynamics there. But no, they did confirm that it is a structural fault and that it's not meant to deform like that. So they will also be another team having to bring in some fixes before the first race. Charles Leclerc now in the final corner of this track, coming up on that start-finish line, and does not improve on his time at all. Obviously just doing some slow runs to get some more analysis done, as well as building up his confidence in the new car. Lots of conversation going on at the moment about driver numbers. Obviously, all the new rookies coming in this year with new numbers. And the commentators just having a bit of a laugh about the different numbers. Work going on at the moment on the Haas, looking like they're having a look at that brake duct. Hopefully no issues going on there, as we see the Mercedes of Lewis Hamilton now leaving out on track. He's on a set of yellow wall tyres, so we should be seeing some faster times from him now. Max Verstappen yet again on another slow lap. You can still see some of that high-vis paint in the ducts of that car. Max Verstappen currently on his 13th lap of testing. Max's current pace is about 3.3 seconds off of his fastest lap time. Red Bull seeming to have kept their design very similar this year. So far in testing, we cannot see any major changes from last year. There may be just a few small tweaks to the car, but other than that, it looks like the car is fundamentally identical to last year's championship running car. Max possibly just out there doing some long runs at the moment just to see how the car is from a reliability standpoint as well as a balance standpoint once the tires get a bit older. Lewis currently on his warm-up lap. Currently, the commentators are talking about the fact that Max is obviously running only today and in the first session tomorrow, meaning that he will not be around for all of the fast lap times that will be set on the final day of testing. Just speaking about how this shows Max's confidence going into the season, that he still feels he is one of the fastest drivers out there on the circuit, that he doesn't need to prove that he is fast in testing. He'll prove it during the race and during qualifying where it actually matters. Lewis Hamilton now setting his best first sector of testing. Let's see if this lap that he puts together is competitive at all compared to the likes of Verstappen, Sainz and Albon. Those fastest lap times obviously at the top of the board from testing practice 1. So different track temperatures, different track conditions playing into effect as well, why the times are so quick. Lewis Hamilton now coming into the final corner of the circuit. Let's see what lap time he is able to put in here. A 1:35.9, still about 2 seconds off of the pace of Red Bull. Just a close-up shot of how that car is bouncing through the corner. That cannot be views and comments on that Aston Martin car so far. Commentators just getting a little bit cheeky. They're asking if he will be racing for that first race this season. Obviously just waiting to find out if Lance Stroll is going to be fit enough to race next week. Just listening here, it sounds like Lance Stroll has injured his wrist in that cycling accident. Obviously, drivers' hands being so important here in Formula One. Filippo Dragovic just saying that him and Stoffel Van Dorn are on hold at the moment, just waiting to hear if they do need to be there for that first race to take over for Lance Stroll. But Lance is going to try his absolute best to be there for that first race of the season. On track at the moment, we're watching Kevin Magnussen just putting in fastest middle sector, well, personal best middle sector for himself. Coming up into the final corner now. Just missing the apex there and going quite wide into that final corner, going over the curb. Not looking so comfortable. Maybe those tires he's running is just getting a bit old. 3.5 seconds off of the pace right now. Valtteri Bottas now putting in a personal best time of 1:35.2. Alonso now putting in 2 best first and second sectors. Just waiting for him to finish that lap. Just another replay of Kevin Magnussen just looking so uncomfortable there coming into that last corner, completely missing the apex and going over the outside curb. Another replay now of Valtteri Bottas just having a massive lockup into that final corner. So a lot of lockups happening at the moment, obviously just because of the current conditions out on track. Currently looking at Lando Norris on the pit wall, just taking a bit of a break while they reset that car for him to get back into. Logan Sargent currently out on track for Williams, putting in his personal best first sector. Logan Sargent, obviously a rookie this season for Williams, his first season in Formula One, as well as the first American in Formula One for quite some time. Wing wide open going into the second sector, into that long straight and into that S-curve section now. It is looking quite planted, staying well within the lines, comfortably on the apex there. Second apex looking very comfortable, and now into the quick braking dive section. Once again hitting the apex and staying within track limits there. He sets a personal best middle sector now for himself. Now coming up into that last corner. No locking of the brakes. Looking a little unstable coming out there, just with a bit of a wobble, but otherwise looking very good out there on track. We see one of the Williams engineers just watching on with him. Still got the same fastest 3 out on track. Obviously still times from that first practice session today, with Verstappen, Sainz and Albon topping the time charts. Just seeing a little bit of carbon fiber flicking off of that Williams when it went over the curbs there, but deep. The Haas going on another hot lap now. No lockups into turn 1. Still looking quite comfortable out there for Kevin Magnussen. No more lockups as opposed to his lap beforehand. Looking very neat into the tight and twisty sections here. Through the right hairpin, looking very, very neat and tidy, staying within the lines and hitting that apex very comfortably. Not a fastest first sector, but let's see what he's able to hook up for his second sector here. Still got 3 hours and 2 minutes left of this testing session this afternoon out in Bahrain. So still lots of action to happen out on track. Just seeing how the Haas bottoms out a little bit there, going through that tight S section. Obviously, these cars being 15 centimeters higher than last year's cars, you would think that would make them a lot more, a lot less susceptible to bottoming out, but still they are having issues here. Haas obviously going on a second hot lap here, They're obviously just doing some long runs here, just trying to see how this car is able to handle doing multiple laps at Fury. So far, we haven't had any mechanical failures, any big mechanical or ERS or engine failures so far in testing. Hopefully that is not a commentator's curse, but so far it's been good to see that these cars been acting very reliably. Just another shot of that car bottoming out again. Just so many big sparks there. Just going on board with Max Verstappen now. Just going very slowly. So far, Max's fastest time being a 132.9, and the pole position time from last year was a 130. So still a bit of time to make up before they're on par again, but not far off at the moment. Welcome back.
Yes, indeed. I am back. And yeah, as I say, I'm just having a look at this session right now. So, what happened to Alonso? Just reinform us all.
Well, Alonso's just been sitting in the pits for a bit while they've been doing some work on the car. So we're just waiting for that at the moment till he gets back out on track.
Perfect. So Aston Martin having a small issue in that first session as well as the second session. So bit of an issue there with regards to Aston Martin. Both cars obviously having something go wrong in the opening sectors of both these sessions. So something they'll have to think about for tomorrow.
I'll be back shortly before the end of the session. Mark is going to cover the testing for the next half an hour, and then I will be back. So I will see you all shortly.
100%. Cool. All right, I'm so taking over. So we're currently following Max Verstappen, who's still out on track. And yeah, so he is currently the race leader in terms of time. He has put in the quickest time in this sector, and funny enough, 132.9. And he is currently leading the rest of the pack. The entire second session, most of the drivers out of the second session are still in the bottom half of the timings for all of today, including the morning session as well. So if we look at those sort of drivers, so the likes of Leclerc, Bottas, Hamilton, Magnussen, Sargent, Norris, De Vries, Ocon, and Alonso, all of those are new drivers, and all of them are 11th through to 19th in terms of the pace. So they are quite a bit way off the first session. So it just gives you an indication of the sort of conditions that the track has put itself into. Of course, we still got 3 hours left of this session, so still a long way to go before we see any of those sort of issues. Before we see whether or not that is an issue with regards to their times. And I'm sure we'll see some quicker times be put in, especially Max Verstappen has put in fastest first sector for the day, a purple first sector in Sector 1. Sector 2 was slower than his previous ones. Nonetheless, can he hold on to this time somewhat and see whether or not he can get a new fastest lap? He is coming onto the main straight, and it will be just short of the quickest time for today. It's a 1.3302, so just slower, literally 0.7 seconds or 0.6 seconds even slower than Max's first lap earlier. And yeah, so very interesting that with regards to Max Verstappen. He is putting in a quick time, whereas all of the other drivers so far have yet to put in times quite anywhere near his, except for Carlos Sainz in the first session. So this afternoon session has been quite slow with regards to the rest of the drivers. So Max Verstappen, of course, going round with his 2 career titles now behind his name. Can he make this year number 3? If you go and vote in our poll, we've got a whole lot of people voting in the poll. Please do be sure to go and have your own say about who you think will win this 2023 season in terms of Drivers' Championship. And we just see here a replay of Logan Sargent going very wide on... Yeah, just seeing him go very, very wide on that that famous last very tight corner before that DRS zone, the third DRS zone. So just going very wide there and locking up heavily and having to come back into the track through other means. So Sargent starting now another quick lap. So Sargent going here is just coming into the start of the second sector, I believe. Yeah, just 7 seconds off of Verstappen's time. So still a little bit slow as we see him following coming down here. It's a great angle, this. And it is currently sunset as well in Bahrain. We're seeing the sun starting to come down. You're seeing some shadows start to form across the track. So, yeah, we will soon start to see the lights turn on, I'm sure. Otherwise, here comes Sargent coming into that corner that he missed badly the previous lap, but he nails it this time. And we've now switched across to the Alpine of Ocon, who now starts his lap. And let's see if he can also improve on his times. Currently sitting 18th, second last, 7 seconds off of the pace in total. But looking a little bit more comfortable now in that car. And yeah, taking a very aggressive lap here. It is on hard tires, I note, so it will be a little bit slower than that of Max Verstappen, but only 2.1 seconds slower, so not too far off at the moment. And just following him here, coming into these second last turn into that third DRS zone. So coming into that very difficult corner, takes it wide, cuts in on the apex. Could have taken a little bit tighter, but still works. Comes out of it fine. It's now in that third DRS zone, motoring forward. And now coming into those last few bends, those fast bends at the end of the track before that last straight, and then the final turn of the track onto the main straight. He is now currently 5.4 seconds off of Max Verstappen's time on this lap. So it's going to be a bit of a slow lap, and I don't think it's going to put himself anywhere near or anywhere quicker than his previous lap in this session. So we'll still stick 18th in total for the lap times of the day. But we've obviously got a couple of others. But he has put himself a personal best. He's now only 6.1 seconds behind Max Verstappen's lap. Max Verstappen, speaking of, is on his out lap. So we will see how he fares now. It's just a little comment here from Ethan saying, Mark, how are you, bro? We're winning tonight. Yeah, that is with regards to the team I'm wearing here. It's just a little different sport, of course. Forever Sports, we offer all of our sports. And Manchester United play against Barcelona tonight in other news and football news. And yeah, it is at Old Trafford. I'm hoping Man United do come through with the win, but it will be difficult. Just watching a little replay here of the Alfa Romeo, just taking a bit of a drift around one of the turns. Yeah, very, very interesting. It is quite nice to watch cars just lose a little control every now and then, because it's just a little bit fun. It's a good shot, that of the Alfa Romeo, which is looking stunning this year as well. It's a real looker of a car. So yeah, we are just still following now. We see that Charles Leclerc is out on the track as he starts his hot lap. So let's just follow along here. And Lewis Hamilton is also on track, so very much keen to see how he does. Charles Leclerc trying to put in as quick a lap as possible. He is on hard tires as well, but only 0.1 seconds behind Max Verstappen. Could this be Charles Leclerc finally putting himself, oh my word, almost having a bit of almost loses it there. So very interesting there from Charles Leclerc. Almost loses it in about the fourth turn there, but nonetheless still holding on to it. And we'll see how it goes. Ethan saying Charles deserves better. As a Ferrari fan, we need a good season this year. Yes, indeed. Ferrari, I think, had a very strong car last year. I just think strategy and reliability and also a couple of driving mistakes really hindered their season. I do think that car should have done a lot better than it necessarily did. Still following Charles Leclerc. Let's see how he fares in the second sector compared to Max Verstappen. Just 1.2 seconds off. So can he push himself into the top 10. He's starting to edge a little bit further down. He's getting very close to his time now. It was a slower second sector, but yes, as I say, when I was following it, he did make a little bit of a mess up through one of the turns. So and will hinder his time as he comes into the final straight. Now it will be a bit slow. I reckon a 135 or 134. Actually, he's got a very good third sector. So he does finally push himself into the top 10. He pushes himself into the 6th fastest time, 1.39 seconds behind that of Max Verstappen. So Charles Leclerc moving up the field and starting to get into the groove of things. So yeah, Charles Leclerc finally does a proper attack lap. And yeah, just watching a couple of replays of the sparks and also just seeing where Charles Leclerc went wrong there. Ethan, they're saying Binotto and his pit strategy would probably be our major downfall. I think, yeah, Binotto at the end of the day is a really top engineer. His work on the car was incredible. I mean, a lot of where Ferrari managed to get in terms of that car was down to him. But I do think his discipline with regards to the team, keeping the team disciplined, and the strategy was really lacking, and that was also unfortunately under his command, and that area really lacked. So, as a lot of people have said, is they reckon that this could actually be a very good season for Ferrari, because you see they've got Binotto in for the 2022 season, where he got the car to a standard that they'd not seen for ages. Ferrari, they got them to a really competitive standard, and have now got themselves a team principal who is going to hopefully impress a very good strategy on the team for the season, and hopefully fix those pit crew issues that they had, and other such strategy issues they had last season. As we're just following Hamilton here, he's managed to get personal bests in both his first and second sector. He's coming in to this final straight. He should move into the top 10 here. It's a good lap by Hamilton. It's just 0.9 seconds behind Verstappen, so he moves himself into 5th, beating his teammate George Russell. So Hamilton has put the fastest time in for Merck so far. So Hamilton doing very well there, just to ensure that he's not forgotten about in that beautiful black Mercedes. Proper nice looking car. That is probably my favorite livery of 2023. We just see a lock up there from Logan Sargent as he's going around, getting laps behind his name as well. Yeah, so it's that same turn that he's messed up now twice. So I think he's just needing to learn that turn. I mean, as much as this is supposed to be a practice, a preseason testing, it is also for a couple of these drivers practice, as it were. It's practice for practice for these sort of drivers, these rookie drivers such as Logan Sargent. This is also time for them to get used to the track a little bit more in these cars, at least. Of course, it's not like they've not faced these tracks before. He will hopefully get to grips with this car as soon as possible, so that he can make himself a very competitive driver in the season coming. Just going back here, Ethan's having a good chat with me. Everyone else is allowed to get involved as well. But otherwise, yeah, Binotto helped develop Michael's car years ago, but making a fast car isn't always what is going to win you the races. Not at all, indeed. As I say, strategy is a huge thing, especially these days. Knowing how to handle your pit crew, knowing how to assess the weather and make decisions based off of it. This is what Red Bull do so well every season. Season in, season out, they've got an incredible strategist, and they've got a very good team principal in Christian Horner. Mercedes, of course, obviously Toto Wolff. Obviously, he will be wanting to make sure that he impresses this team into better positions than they were last year. I think last year they were really poor in their standards, Mercedes, but I'm sure they will improve dramatically in the season coming. Now, doing his laps, finally getting some laps in. As I say, he had a bit of an issue with his car, and they're just working on the car, and it's a very good first sector, only 0.1 away from Max Verstappen's fastest time. So Alonso may be going to rocket himself right into the top, and people are talking about this Aston Martin car and thinking that it could be quite a good car for the year. So let's follow Fernando Alonso and see how he does. Fernando Alonso now looking to finish the second sector within a couple of seconds of Verstappen's 1.09. Let's see how he fares. He's just passed it now. 1.2 seconds behind Verstappen. So this could be a very quick lap for Alonso, and he could move right up into the top 10 if he just does well in this final straight. He's on mediums, as most of them have been. But we're just going to see how he fares. Just finishing his lap here. Fernando Alonso, he will finish 14th, a 1:35.25. So a good lap from Alonso, and really putting himself into a better position in the car, as well as making sure he gets some good data for his team as well. So, cars we've got on track at the moment. We've got the leader, Max Verstappen. We've got Hamilton. We've got Leclerc. Those are the big three. We've also got Alonso and Logan Sargent. Logan Sargent will surely be out on this track for a long time, trying to get some minutes behind his name. And otherwise, trying to make sure that he is doing well in that regard. Just following a replay of Fernando Alonso, just making a small mistake on that last corner, which cost him a little bit of time. Might have been quicker otherwise. Ethan, they're saying, if I could bring in anyone, Adrian Newey is the best strategist on the grid. He would be a perfect for Ferrari. Yeah, Ferrari just need any decent strategist. It doesn't take too much, hopefully, for Ferrari to try and ensure that they get something decent. Leclerc now going on another fast lap. Here, his first sector was a little bit slower. It's already a yellow sector for him. So we'll see how he fares for the rest of this. He's still pushing hard. He's on those medium tires. And he's 1.5 seconds behind Verstappen. Just on his hot lap here still. And we'll see whether or not he can still stay within 1.5 seconds of Verstappen as he comes around the final couple of bends. He does. He comes onto the final straight. And he crosses the line. 1.9 seconds behind Verstappen. So Leclerc still in 7th. But starting to get a little bit of a quicker race behind on his car, at least. So we're seeing Lewis Hamilton here out on track. He's doing an out lap here, going slowly around a couple of the bends, just preparing himself as he comes down the final straight before the main straight. Just starting to speed up the car now, warming up those tires, and now getting ready for a fast lap. And he speeds up into the corner, and is now starting his hot lap. He picks up speed, and he's now moving. And let's see how Lewis Hamilton can do. Let's follow him. DRS open, and he starts his lap. Currently sitting in 5th. Managed to get a decent time in a couple of laps ago. And very much now looking to see if he can improve upon those times and push Mercedes into a good position, at least for the crowd to see. That crowd being those watching online alongside everybody else. So Lewis Hamilton coming to the end of the first sector. He's 0.6 seconds off of Verstappen already. So he cannot afford to lose much more time if he wants to try and get a time as close to Verstappen's as possible. But again, as I keep saying, it's not down to times here. In these preseason tests, it's not down to times. It's more down to getting all the data they need and getting used to these cars.
You just want to see the best drivers with machinery that shows off their talent. That's all you ever really want to see. Lewis Hamilton, we spoke about earlier. Last year, the first time really that his talent was restricted because of what he had underneath it.
So Hamilton now coming up to the second marker on his lap. 1.5 seconds off already, so not a particularly quick lap for the Mercedes. Nonetheless, collecting a lot of data, I am sure. Ethan is saying Mercedes always sandbag in testing, yeah. So
Hamilton heading to turn number 4. He is turning his 21st lap of the day as he does so.
As we
Most
see,
laps
Hamilton
on
finishes
board by
there
anyone so
a
far.
1.34.
So 105
So not a particularly quick lap, but
seventh in the times at the moment.
yeah. So just seeing some replays here of the drivers. That is now Charles Leclerc, just watching a replay of him. Just seeing some porpoising. That's basically what they're showing. A lot of porpoising. My word. A lot of porpoising for Charles Leclerc. So that's not particularly good. He's bumping around there on the main straight. So that's a very, very interesting look. So porpoising still exists this year.
Breaking stories as well. The C0 is coming in. You now have 6 tyre compounds to play with.
And so we're coming into the pits here. I see this is Fernando Alonso coming in after putting a couple of those laps in. So now currently talking to Pirelli Motorsport Director Mario Isola. So we've got 6 tyre compounds to play with, essentially. Of course, one of them being wets, so we don't have to worry too much about that. So just listening to what he's saying here with regards to the tyre options. So yeah, just talking about their tyre compounds and their decisions they made. They're saying Barcelona was poor decisions, basically just saying that they made the tyres far too hard. And so everybody pretty much did their whole race on softs and mediums, whereas Silverstone, they got it absolutely bang on and they got it perfect with regards to the tyres. And we did see Silverstone was probably the most exciting race of last year. Of course, we all remember those very famous words in that commentary of when Perez and Hamilton and Ferrari were all fighting it out in the middle there and saying, "Through goes Hamilton." That was a great race to watch last year. I'm sure Silverstone this year will be good again. De Vries going a little wide on his lap here. He's back out on track. He is. AlphaTauri, of course. Nick De Vries, another rookie for this year. We're just going to follow him. It is his best time, though, so far. It's his first sector. So let's see how he does for the rest of it. Oh, he took that turn a little bit odd. Seems to be messing up quite a bit in this second sector. Coming towards that third DRS zone, parallel to the main straight. Hitting speeds of around 300 kilometers an hour on that main straight before having to heavily brake. Yeah. Still talking to the Pirelli Motorsport Director, Mario Isola. Basically just having a chat with him, I'm sure, about the tyres and how they're going to be working. And he says he's already impressed by the cars. They're already quicker than last year. And he's very intrigued to see what the teams can do with regards to their tyre strategies as well for the year. So I think he's an excited motorsport director for Pirelli. As we see De Vries cross the line here and is going to get a time of just 3.4 seconds off of Max Verstappen's quickest time. So that puts Nick De Vries at quickest time of 1:37.5. So not moving too far up the table, but I think not moving too far up the table. I don't know, but we will see otherwise. So Just watching here some highlights of that AlphaTauri of Nick de Vries. Just make a little bit of a couple of issues there as he's going around on his lap. We also see the Haas of Kevin Magnussen now going around. He's looking very fast to make Kevin Magnussen, actually. So we'll see whether or not he can do something this season as well. I think he's somebody everybody should be watching and hoping that he can do a bit more, because I think he showed a lot of promise last year in terms of getting into some really good positions, and then he never managed to hold it as he started the race. So I don't know if that was a Haas problem or a Kevin Magnussen problem, but he often managed to get some good qualifying times, and when it got to the race, not so much. We're following him now on his fast lap, and we will see whether or not he can get anywhere close to Max Verstappen's times so far. As I am joined by Reese again, just turning his mic on there. I can hear, and yeah, Reese is now joining us as well again.
Yes, I am back.
So just watching here, Kevin Magnussen come through just behind. Who is he behind?
I'm just getting my stream up and running at the moment.
So he's just behind. I think it's possibly Magnussen. I think it's the Haas. Yeah, it is indeed the Haas. So it's just behind the Haas there. And Max Verstappen, we're just looking at the car inside the pits right now. And we're still having a long chat to Mario Isola of Pirelli. But I think we will soon end that chat as well. As we're also looking at Fernando Alonso in that Aston Martin. He's not got a lot of laps, Fernando Alonso. So clearly the session's not quite working out for him as of yet. So we'll see whether or not Aston Martin can improve.
I'm sure you mentioned it already while I was off commentary for a bit, but Max Verstappen has already gone over the 100 lap mark, which is quite impressive so far in testing.
Yeah, as I say, he's gone over 100 laps. Obviously, a lot of the drivers did around 60 to 70 laps in that first session, and Max already in the 100 mark with still 2.5 hours left of the second session. So yeah, could get a lot of laps behind his name if he gets back onto track soon.
I did hear you mentioning it earlier, but there is so much porpoising happening on those Ferraris, or on that singular Ferrari.
Yeah, I was about to say, I didn't see it too much with Carlos Sainz, but Charles Leclerc is really, really bobbing around this track, and that's going to be a big issue for Ferrari.
Yes, for sure. I mean, they completely changed the regulations purely to stop porpoising, and the Ferrari is still porpoising. That means that they are going to have to lift their floor even higher. They have a new sensor in the car this year that measures oscillations when they go down the straight. So if you get too many oscillations, they dictate how much you have to raise your floor bar.
Yeah, and I mean, as I said, just watching some of these replays and even just watching live of Charles Leclerc, really every single straight, he's really bouncing up and down. And Carlos Sainz didn't have that issue at all. And we are, however, seeing the same issue again with the Alpine as well. Yeah, as you say, we're just seeing the same issue now. So it's interesting because the cars earlier weren't really having that issue. So the Alpine, to be fair, actually was the only car in that first session which was also a bit porpoising around. It's really going for it now with Esteban Ocon. So Ocon and Charles Leclerc having serious porpoising issues.
Yes, quite interesting to see, for sure. I wasn't expecting to see as much porpoising this year as what we had last year, but clearly there's still a underlying issue.
Yeah, as I say, I mean, it's interesting because in the first session, the only car I really saw porpoising from was the Alpine of Gasly. And now in the second session, we're seeing some porpoising from Ocon as well from Alpine, and also, however, from Charles Leclerc, Ferrari. So certainly something to think about as we go into the first race of the season. But I'm going to unfortunately have to leave, and Reese is going to continue for the rest of the session, and I'm very much looking forward to see how the next 2.5 hours go. So until then, I will let Reese take you through it all. Thank you so much, guys.
Cheers, Mark. So 2.5 hours still left of the session. Definitely going to be some fast runs coming up now as the sun goes down in Bahrain and the track temperature goes down. Obviously, right now the track is still very warm, so we are still seeing a lot of sliding happening from the rear end of these new cars. Once it cools down a bit, you get so much more in the grip levels, so we'll see a lot more. We'll see the lap time starting to tumble a bit more. Currently following the Alpine of Esteban Ocon out on track, we saw how much he was porpoising down those main straights. Very weird that it has come back this year. We didn't expect to see it as much because they did change the regulations this year to try and combat the effects of porpoising. Currently looking at the Williams just being prepared to go out on track, as well as Lewis Hamilton currently sitting in the black Mercedes. I think he's just come back as they are putting the screen back on the car for him to have a look at some data. Can see George Russell in the background just peering over the data, and the mechanics just having a look at how his car is going. Currently, we have Fernando Alonso out on track. I don't know how many cars are out on track at the moment, but I don't think it is many. Fernando Alonso, obviously, this is his first year in the green Aston Martin, leaving the French outfit of Alpine to join the British outfit of Aston Martin. Obviously, leaving Alpine over them not necessarily wanting to give him a multi-year contract, as they were so eager to get Oscar Piastri into that seat. We ended up seeing how that went, but they didn't want to give Fernando Alonso a multi-year contract as they felt he was getting too old and didn't know if his competitiveness would stay over the next few years. Whereas Aston Martin were able to show him that they trusted him in the long term still and could give him a long-term contract, which is why he ended up signing for this team. A lot of the drivers going wide over that turn 5 corner, going over the curbs on the outer side. But Fernando Alonso so far looking very comfortable in that Aston Martin. Aston Martin seeming quite a lot faster this year than what we saw in testing last year. Going into the final S section, still looking very neat and tidy, not going wide at all, hitting those apexes. Everyone seeming to have a good balance in their car now. They've had quite a lot of time to get their setups right, so I would certainly hope that they would be comfortable. Sun getting quite low now in Bahrain, so we should see those track temperatures starting to fall quite soon. As Fernando Alonso now goes up into 5th position. So already we're starting to see those lap times fall. Aston Martin apparently putting some reinforcement tape on the inside of those wheel brows, obviously just seeing some instability in it. just seeing them applying this metal tape to the inside of those wheel brows. So clearly there's apparently an issue with those systems, which obviously feed into the brake system. So going into testing again with brake issues. They also went last year into testing with brake issues. Now we have the AlphaTauri of Nick de Vries back out on track for another few hot laps. A manufacturing fault is quite a big issue, as it could affect other things in the stream, like the main bodywork of the car. If there's maybe a major issue in the manufacturing process in how they make the actual carbon fiber. We see Lando Norris in the back of the grid, well, in the back of the garage, just watching on as there's work being done on his car. Obviously, really not a good start to McLaren's testing campaign at all. You certainly don't want to be having any manufacturing or mechanical issues on your first day, and now McLaren has this big issue possibly with their carbon fiber of their wheel brows and their braking systems to deal with. It could certainly put them on the back foot in the start of the session or season. Obviously, they are losing track time by having to fix these issues, which is what you do not want at all in testing. You want to be able to prioritize and use all of this time that you have, especially on the first day, to try and find any gremlins within the system. I guess that this is a small gremlin in the system, but this puts them really on the back foot for the rest of testing today. Fernando Alonso with another big lockup at turn 10. Can't see any flat spots on that wheel, but obviously costing him another lap. Max Verstappen currently out of the car. Fastest time so far, but 1:32.959. Fastest lap so far of testing. Logan Sargent is now back out on track with more Flovis paint on his car. Still not done with their tests and analysis of the aerodynamics of their car. Most teams already are going for some high-speed runs. Not many cars out on track at the moment. I think most people are just waiting for the temperature to drop a little bit more, waiting for the sun to set a bit more, so they can go and put some more fast laps out on the board. Currently seeing Logan Sargent go through turn 11, going very wide into that turn. Looking quite hooked up for the rest of that section, but going into that entry was looking very wide, just trying to get as much track to get to that apex. Hamilton now obviously taking that third spot away from Alex Albon. Mercedes starting to show that they are part of that top three, or within half a second of each other at the moment. Great view of Logan Sargent from within the cockpit, just seeing how he's moving that steering wheel around and seeing the head movement. Obviously on a slow lap at the moment, so nothing too indicative at the moment. Alfa Romeos are now out on track, so we should be seeing another fast lap coming for Valtteri Bottas. Still looking very bumpy near the end of that straight. We had Felipe Drugovich on commentary earlier, just speaking about how there's actually not that much of a bump, but it seems to unsettle the cars in some way. Valtteri Bottas out on a set of mediums at the moment. So far has not set a personal best first sector, so maybe just doing a double warm-up lap. Logan Sargent currently on a slowdown lap, nothing competitive right now. Still getting his grips with these current cars. Alfa Romeo looking very good into the final S section, just looking very composed around those apexes. As we see Lewis Hamilton currently out on track on a warm-up lap. So hopefully we'll be seeing some fast times from him too. Currently we have 3 cars out on track: Lewis Hamilton, Logan Sargent and Valtteri Bottas. I can hear some more cars actually going out on track at the moment, so let's just keep an eye on that tracker. Let's see who we have coming out soon. We also have Fernando Alonso out on track. Just some slow-mo shots of Logan Sargent hitting that apex with that Flovis paint all over the the brake duct and the suspension on the left-hand side of his car. Commentators just saying how they look so much better this year than last year, so much more stable than last year, not sliding around as much. Obviously, they've had a full year to develop these cars and actually research them better to see how they are going to handle. So they are able to just handle this track so much better than they were 12 months ago. So far, according to Julian Palmer, Red Bull and Ferrari still looking like the best of the rest right now. Lewis Hamilton currently going through the final corner to finish up his current lap. Not a fast lap at all, still 1.4 seconds off of his best time. Lewis Hamilton on another push lap here. (1:34.3) his last lap that he did. Best lap he did was a 1:33.5. There's still quite a bit of a difference at the moment between his two laps. So maybe still doing some warm-up, might be on some old tires. You never know what their run plans are that they're currently doing. So it's always a guessing game during testing. Still 2 hours and 15 minutes to go before the end of testing for today. So still a lot of run time ahead of us today. Max Verstappen is now out on an out lap, just preparing to put in another few fast times for us today. Just getting out of the way of Fernando Alonso there. He's currently on a set of medium tires, so still not on the soft tires yet. Max just warming up those tires. It looks like we're going to be following him for a little bit, maybe just watching him do a full fast lap here. Yeah, he is now starting his lap, going into turn 1. Very calm and composed through there, very neat and tidy, so clean on that apex. Turn 2, going onto the curbs there in the runoff section. DRS is now wide open for that straight. Very neat and tidy once again through there. Little bit of a moment into turn 5, but still looking very neat. Currently 0.0048 seconds ahead of his fastest first sector, so a new purple first sector. Once again, just so neat through these sections, through the hairpin section now. Let's see if he is able to better his middle sector. In turn 11 now, into turn 12, and the fast braking section to the right for turn 13. Still up on his middle sector time by 0.008, so another purple sector for Max Verstappen in the dying light of Bahrain. Oof, into the runoff section there, seeing all that dust being picked up there, and once again going faster by 0.1 of a second, even though he was very scruffy there in that final bit of that sector, still putting in the fastest lap of the day. Currently, Max has 109 laps under his belt here. So, fastest lap as well as the most amount of laps completed for testing. Once again, just so ominous for Red Bull, being so competitive so early on in testing. Maybe it's a bit too early to tell and see what the other competitors are truly able to have in terms of pace. Just seeing another replay of that lap, he had quite a few scrappy sections through there, so still a lot of time for Max to be able to make up. Only testing, so obviously they do not delete lap times because of track limits, but they are obviously still learning about how these new cars handle, so they are going to be quite scruffy sometimes. Just watching a big lock up there from Esteban Ocon. There's going to be such a flat spot on that tyre. He doesn't pull it into the pits, so obviously he's still fine for now. As we see Fernando Alonso starting another fast lap here. Neat and tidy into turn 1 and 2. Now into turn 3, into the DRS section. Let's see if he is able to put in a personal best sector. Into turn 4. Very neat and tidy. They're not going over that curb like Max Verstappen did. He's currently 1.6 seconds though off of his personal best first sector. Quite a few cars out on track now, at least. I see we also have the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc out on track. Hopefully we see some more fast laps coming in from him soon. Currently still following the Aston Martin of Fernando Alonso, not currently on a fast lap. See the sun setting in the background of Bahrain International Circuit. We will be seeing the lap times starting to tumble soon, hopefully, with the grip levels increasing with the dying track temperature. Just some tech analysis coming in from the Haas car. Just seeing some interesting winglets that they have on the end planes, on the end plates of their car. Looks like they have found Haas have found a loophole in the regulations, and they're able to put these little winglets on the end plates of their main wing. So we shall see if this is actually legal or if they have found a legal loophole. Seeing the Ferrari of Charles Leclerc porpoising quite a bit down the main straight as he goes into turn 1 and 2. Now into turn 3, into the DRS section. Looking neat and tidy into turn 4. Staying within the limits of the track. Ferrari of Charles Leclerc looking so hooked up right now coming into the second sector of the track. Not currently putting in a personal best first sector, but let's see what he is able to accomplish throughout the rest of this lap. Coming into turn 11 now, looking very neat and tidy, running a little bit wide, but still within the limits. Neat into the turn 12, now turn 13 in the braking section, looking very neat, still staying with a little bit of oversteer there coming out of turn 13, but still keeping it on track. Lots of porpoising coming down between turn 14. A little bit of oversteer out of turn 14. Now straight down into turn 1. Once again, lots of porpoising as he comes down that main straight. So clearly still a bit of an issue with the Ferrari flaw that causes porpoising. We haven't seen it in all of the cars, but we've seen it in the likes of Ferrari and Alpine so far. It might be just as they are trying to run their car a little bit more competitive that they are finding that they are still experiencing this phenomenon. So our top 5 for testing so far is still Max Verstappen with a 132. I think it's a 132.8. It's not currently showing up on the time board. It's showing his latest lap. But with P2, Carlos Sainz with a 133.2, Lewis Hamilton with a 133.5, Alex Albon with a 133.6, and Guan Yu Zhou with a 133.7. Quite an interesting top 5 at the moment. And we should hopefully be seeing some more people making it up into this top 5 in the next few hours. Logan Sargent currently out on track still, coming into the final corner to finish another lap. Max Verstappen still out there clocking in laps here today, so we will see how many is able to complete before the end of the session. Still lots of Flovis paint on Logan Sargent's car out here today, just getting some more data and analysis done of the aerodynamics for the Williams car. Williams obviously staying in their iconic blue livery for this year, even with a new sponsor of Gulf. Lots of people expected them to go with some of the Gulf colors, the orange and the light blue, but Williams still sticking to their traditional colors here this year. Track has gotten a little bit quieter again. Currently we only have Alonso, Verstappen, Lawson, and just waiting for that last name. Quite difficult to read it, unfortunately. It is Nick de Vries, the last name that I was trying to see there. Seeing Logan Sargent just getting a little squirrely coming out of turn 14 there. Obviously not putting in any fast laps at the moment as Logan Sargent, as he has been out on track for quite some time, so his tyres are going to be quite old. As we see the car of Kevin Magnussen in the Haas getting ready to come out here today. Tyre blankets are now coming off. We should see Kevin Magnussen out on track very soon. Gunther Steiner looking on at his car for this 2023 season. As we now are following Nick de Vries out on track, you can hear the car bottoming out through that section into turn 13 there. Currently, Nick de Vries has 1.7 seconds gap to Yuki Tsunoda's best time from session 1. Obviously, track temperatures and track conditions have been so different between the two sessions. as he does go quite a bit faster now, just a little bit closer to the time of Yuki Tsunoda. Currently just 0.11 seconds off of Yuki Tsunoda's best time. Yuki Tsunoda with a best time of 1:34.6 and De Vries with a time of 1:34.7. Just watching a replay of that AlphaTauri bottoming out in that section. As I said, I could hear it as he was going through. McLaren have now gotten that car repaired, so Lando Norris is getting out on track once again. Obviously, they had to repair some issues that they had with their wheel brows, which obviously connect into their braking system. Hopefully, they are able to have a good enough fix for the rest. Ooh, just getting very sideways coming out of the pit box there. Looking forward to seeing some slow-mos of that, because that will be very cool to see. A lot of teams have lost some time today with some small technical issues. No big issues, no crashes so far in testing, thank goodness. Just some really good track time so far. Max Verstappen well over 110 laps at this point in testing. The most amount of laps completed by anyone so far. So far, Hamilton has done 26 laps himself. Can see now the sparks coming off the bottom of the cars as it gets a bit darker out here in Bahrain. Nick De Vries now coming into turn 4. Just watching him go around track there, just keeping it so neat and tidy into turns 5 and 6. Darting down into turn 7 and then the corner into turn 8. Hitting the left-hander into turn 9 and 10. And down the DRS straight now with his wing wide open. No porpoising that we can see, at least from the AlphaTauri so far, as he darts into turn 11. Neat and tidy through 12, braking into 13. Neat and tidy on the exit. Interesting to see in the pit lane, we can see the second Red Bull car being built in the background. Obviously, they're only allowed to use one car for testing. Possibly, they might swap the chassis between the sessions, but during the session, they're obviously only allowed to run one car at a time. Apparently, Red Bull were running a different diffuser during the first during first testing session, and they're now back on their more traditional diffuser. So it'll be very interesting to do a technical analysis and see these differences that they do have. Certainly be paying a close eye to all of these little technical parts that these teams are all bringing in, with the likes of hats, with those small winglets on their end plates. Lando Norris currently out on track doing some fast laps. Nothing better than what he's currently done, but just getting some more laps in as well. Ferrari is now back in pits. Lando Norris now coming around the final corner and down the main straight. into turn 1 very neatly, switching across into turn 2 and turn 3, and then down the next DRS straight from Lando Norris. Just showing a replay of that AlphaTauri bottoming out once again, just looking so uncomfortable. Just all the sparks coming off the back of that as we see Fernando Alonso locking up once again. Just seeing the Mercedes in the pits at the moment. Obviously, Lewis Hamilton driving for this session, but he is not currently in the car. There's a mechanic in the car, obviously changing some settings before they go out on track again. Just looking at some parts on the just listening to some technical notes here. There are some like checker flags put on the wings of the Mercedes, just apparently some sensors for a camera that they are possibly going to be installing on the front wing. Currently watching Esteban Ocon out on track, just getting a bit loose coming into turn 4. Down into turn 10 in that heavy braking zone and back out onto the DRS straight. Alpine have had a bit of an issue with their wing mirror supports. We saw earlier there was a replay of one of their wing mirrors moving around quite a bit and vibrating, and it obviously snapped that support. So they are now having to wrap those supports in a lot of tape to try to keep them stable for the rest of the day. So clearly a lot of malfunctioning carbon fiber parts we've seen on the likes of Alpine and now McLaren as well. So a lot of manufacturing issues coming in before the season. Luckily, they're able to sort out these gremlins before they actually get racing. We've seen a lot of branding in McLaren at the moment that they are in their 60th season of racing, which is very exciting for McLaren. They're definitely going to be doing some more historical tribute liveries for sure later in the season, possibly in Monaco or maybe one of the other classic tracks. Currently following Lando Norris on board, missing the apex a bit there at turn 4 and getting quite wide over the curbs. Having a look at the McLaren front wing, just seeing how they've got a different philosophy to how they want their nose of their wing to be. They've got a small cooling slot that they have, a lot smaller than what we've seen on many of the other teams. Cooling slot is actually not for any mechanical parts, but it is for the driver. It's just a tiny little slot that allows air in to cool the driver down in the cockpit. We see some work going on the Alfa Romeo car. So clearly some issues that they're having there, or the mechanics standing around that part so that the cameras cannot see what the issue is. We see this quite a lot in testing. They used to be allowed to put up screens to stop the cameras from viewing what issues they were having. but the FIA and the Formula One group have introduced new rules that stop them from doing this. It obviously just makes it a lot more fair and a lot more interesting for us as spectators, and for the fans. It just allows us to see what the issues are, and we're able to, as commentators, comment on what these issues possibly are. A lot of work going on though, just quite a lot of mechanics standing around looking at that. Hopefully it is not a terminal issue. Hopefully it's something that can be that can be sorted out very quickly. We see the Haas is out on track yet again. So far, the Haas of Kevin Magnussen hasn't set any personal best sectors, but is just putting in some more mileage on that car, just doing some more run plans. Getting an onboard shot of going too fast, but we can't see his head bouncing around as much as we've seen some of the other cars doing. Those other cars that we've seen quite a lot of bouncing and porpoising happening with is so far the Alpine as well as the Ferraris. Both cars that obviously had those same issues last year, but we would think that they would have been able to sort it out this year with the raised ride heights that had been implemented in the rules. Doing a pit stop practice there for the Haas, looking quite good so far. For now, Lando Norris still out on track in the McLaren. So far looking quite comfortable, not coming in for any more issues with those wheel brows. Hopefully they've been able to sort that out for the day. Obviously they will have to go back to the factory and fix those issues, because what they've done for now is just a temporary fix. They completely have to change the manufacturing of those wheel brows to be able to fix those issues that they've had. So because Williams, just hearing on the commentary at the moment, Williams obviously finished last in the Constructors' Championship last year, which means that for this year, they have the most amount of time available to them in the wind tunnels, which means that they are allowed, well, they hopefully are going to be the most advanced car aerodynamically, and hopefully they will be able to jump up a few positions on the grid, which would be ideal and would show that the regulations and all of the rules that are set in place actually work to help teams down at the bottom of the grid jump up a little bit. Lando Norris still looking quite comfortable out on track. Lando Norris still going out. He's the only one that we are following at the moment. Kevin Magnussen obviously out on track, but not on any fast laps, so not following him just yet. Oh, getting very sideways there, Lando Norris in the last corner. Obviously just stepping on that loud pedal a little bit too early and just getting a little bit sideways. Don't see any porpoising going on the McLaren there. They look very stable. Just having a look at the Haas pit wall. They only have 3 people on the actual pit wall, which is quite interesting. Normally they have at least 8 people on their pit wall. Very, very deep there, almost running off track, but managing to catch it a bit there. Very wide into turn 10, having a bit of oversteer as well on the exit. Coming now into turn 11, into the S section. Clean on entry, let's see if he can keep it. Stays neat and tidy. Let's see if he can hit the apex into turn... Oh, getting very loose again. Into turn 13 now. Just having to take multiple stabs at that steering wheel. Not completely confident in the balance of that car. Just maybe lacking a little bit of downforce. Looked like it was running a lot lower to the ground as well, because it was sparking its way along there. Now into the DRS zone and finishing that lap 3.3 seconds off of the pace for now. We see now Logan Sargent finishing his lap, still currently down in 16th position. Currently still our top 5 is Max Verstappen, Carlos Sainz and Lewis Hamilton. As I was saying that, Lewis Hamilton went out on track again, so his page blinked. We see the Haas locking up in the background as it comes back into the pits. Drivers just yet again getting their eyes in for getting that pit lane just right. Obviously, they don't want to lose any time as they come into the pit, so they try to keep above that pit lane speed limit until the last section. We see now Max Verstappen in the back of the pits, helmet off, hat on, obviously just relaxing for a little bit while mechanics do a few setup changes to his car, and then he will be back out on track a little bit later. Lewis Hamilton back out on track though. Lewis Hamilton currently just on a warm-up lap right now. You can see the sparks flying off the back of his car as we are back in the dark in Bahrain, true to how it will be for the actual race here. Coming now down the start-finish straight. Looking very stable, no porpoising happening, can't see his head bouncing at all. Into turn 1 and turn 2, still not looking like he's on the limit just yet. Still looking very comfortable and stable, taking quite short upshifts. So I don't think he's pushing all that hard right now. We've seen obviously a lot of cars running more black-based liveries this year. This is clearly to do with the fact that they've been stripping off a lot of paint from their cars. Obviously, with the likes of Mercedes, who have stripped the majority of their cars' paint off and only has a small matte black painted section. This is to save a lot of weight. Mercedes were able to lose about 2 kgs worth of weight and be under the weight limit due to this. Currently, we have Christian Horner on camera just giving us some information. Talking about the off-season, just saying it was nice to have a bit of a break, but great to be back. Obviously, still very composed, saying that they're happy with the car for now. Red Bull always keeping their cards quite close to their chest. We'll see whether this is the true pace of everyone else as well, or if we are, in fact, showing the true potential of all of these cars out on track. Lots of him just talking about what other teams he thinks will be competitive for the rest of the year. Very true what he's saying about the fact that Formula One is based upon multiple engineers who are extremely talented and will always look for a bit of a loophole or an advantage in the rules. So you never know whether we're going to be seeing some more of these little advantages or loopholes being shown in the next few days before the end of testing. One hour 35 minutes left of this testing session here in Bahrain. This in the evening of, in the Bahrain dusk here. Currently following Fernando Alonso in the Aston Martin. Not putting in any personal best sectors, but I feel like everyone at the moment is just doing some more mileage on their cars, not on any new tires, but just pushing now to the end of the day. 3.8 seconds off of his current best time is Fernando Alonso. We haven't seen many cars driving close to each other. Everyone just trying to keep on their own programs at the moment. We haven't seen anyone trying to test what they're following, what their car will be like following another car. We've seen, obviously, the entire change of regulation to allow for better following distances, but so far we haven't seen anyone testing how their car handles in dirty air just yet. Just having a look at the Aston Martin pit wall, all of those engineers just going through all of the data coming from that car. Esteban Ocon now going for a fast lap. Wing wide open coming into turn 1. Neat and tidy into turns 2 and 3 into the DRS straight now before turn 4. Coming to turn 5 and 6 now. Through turn 7. into 8, 9, and now 10. Now coming up the long DRS straight before turn 11. He is up on his previous fastest first sector. Let's see if he can keep this momentum up through the rest of his lap. Through turn 11, now onto turn 12. Neat on that apex there. Neat on the exit. And now braking into turn 13. Little bit of oversteer going through the car over the exit there. Down the straight before turn 14. And now straight down towards turn 1 again. Let's see if he's able to improve on his best time. Yes, he is, with a 1:35.3. Four cars out on track at the moment with Lando Norris, Fernando Alonso, Logan Sargent, and Lewis Hamilton. And of course, Esteban Ocon, who we have just been following. Hopefully more cars coming out on track soon. I will be taking a break for a little bit. But until then, please do stay tuned. We will see what happens in the last hour and a bit of testing here in Bahrain.
Just like a spark that's breaking out. Can't make a stop, can't turn back now. We know that there's no room for doubt. No, we can't turn back now. I see danger in your eyes. They know we'll burn down the night. Coming just like the sunrise. You know that we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Tonight, we gonna light it up. Just like the sunrise, we gonna light it up.
Eyes in the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you. In the sky, gazing far into the night. I raise my hand to the fire, but it's no use, 'cause you can't stop it from shining through. It's true, baby, let the light shine through. If you believe it's true, baby, won't you let the light shine through for you.
Open up your eyes till you're blinded by the lies, so you can see what you do. Restless every time we start looking as a lost control. Oh, it's paradise with honesty, but I'm in the dead of the night. Teardrops on the floor. The pain is over. Feel the darkness take control.
No, there ain't no stopping us. Fly without boarding pass. Couldn't catch me, I be moving fast. Call me a shooting star. Let 'em know who you are. Flying up in a bar. Wish on a star. Time to show 'em who's in charge. Call me a shooting star. Didn't even get to cross. I said I'm moving too far. Get to cross. Looking at a shooting star. Got more than a couple of people going mad. I swear they're rooting hard. Tell them I'd be big in the game like she went and got them breast implants. I said I'm moving too fast. Didn't even get a glance. I'm ready to eat up track like I'm seated in a restaurant. If you had swag like mine, you know it's best to flaunt. We aren't hating because you aren't. Shining like it's neon. Rock like kings of Leon. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy. When I turn up, then I just have to leave. Shooting stars across the galaxy. I stand out, so don't be mad at me. Infiltrate, I'm with my strategy.
Welcome back. Not too much happening while I was gone, but we do have quite a few cars out on track at the moment. We have Lando Norris, Lewis Hamilton, Esteban Ocon, Max Verstappen, and Valtteri Bottas currently out on track. Lando Norris has currently put in his fastest lap of the testing so far with a 1:34.09. Time starting to drop now as I think teams are doing some more fast lap testing. Just having a good look at the McLaren garage at the moment. If you haven't, please do go and vote in our poll who you think will win the 2023 season. We see that Valtteri Bottas has now come back into the pits, doing a pit stop for some new tires. Nothing very fast in that pit stop test. Just taking a look at the Alpine at the moment, just showing that new wing of theirs, just how flat it is. Lewis Hamilton still out on track going into turn 4 at the moment. Or is that turn 14? No, it's turn 14. Currently going on another fast lap from Lewis Hamilton. Nice and neat into turn 1. Now going into turn 2. Looking very stable there, no bouncing around, no movement from the rear end of his car. In the DRS zone at the moment on into turn 4. Got a little bit of traffic in front of him, but it looks like they've moved out of the way. Into turn 5 and 6 now. Now into turn 7. Currently Lewis Hamilton is on the C2 tires. Down into turn 10. And Lewis Hamilton now making his way into turn 11. Still looking very, very planted down on track. No sliding at all from what I've noticed. Into the braking zone in turn 13. A little bit of movement over the exit, just getting a bit wide on the curbs there. Now into turn 14. No improvements on any of his sectors. Lando Norris also on a fast lap now with a personal best first sector, but a yellow second sector. Hamilton 5.3 seconds off of the gap at the moment. Just following Lando Norris at the moment, you can hear his car bottoming out on the track on the main straight, just bouncing along. Lando Norris now on a cool lap as he lets Max Verstappen through. Let's see if Max is able to set any faster sectors here. Currently not. Nick de Vries currently out on track as well for AlphaTauri. Ooh, bouncing a lot there. Bottoming out quite a lot, just causing him to go offline even. Just very, very squirrely on the exit of turn 13. Nick de Vries really not having a very good sector 3. Maybe that the wind has picked up at the moment and it's causing them to be blown a bit offline, which we have quite often here in Bahrain. Just a replay of him now. Going very wide into turn 8. And again into turn 11. Just going very wide onto the curbs. You can even see how his car is bottoming out into turn 12. Currently following Logan Sargent on a hot lap. Let's see if he is able to improve on his best time so far. Logan Sargent's best time at the moment is a 1:37.5. We should know any second now. No, he is off of his best time at the moment. So still no improvement from Logan Sargent. Just listening to a lot of conversation about the penalties for Red Bull this year. Obviously, being the champions, they get reduced wind tunnel time as well as their cost cap breach penalty. They also get 25% of that wind time reduced as well, which means they're only left with about 50 hours of wind tunnel testing, which is really not a lot compared to the top, well, the teams all the way at the bottom. For example, Williams gets 310 hours of testing for the season, which is obviously a lot more than what Red Bull has. So that will definitely come into play further through the season when people are developing their cars further. Logan Sargent now finished his hot lap, going on possibly another push lap. Fernando Alonso out on track yet again. Going through turn 11 right now. Currently warming up his tyres before he pushes again. Looks like he has a new set of tyres on at the moment. Slowing down a bit before turn 14 and now speeding up again to start his hot lap. Let's see if he has any porpoising down the main straight as we get a nice long shot of him. Looks very stable so far. Very stable through turns 1 and 2, going into turn 3. Approaching turn 4 with the DRS wide open now, going through turn 4. Very stable, still no oversteer through the runoff. 5 and 6. 7 now, and going into turn 8. Aston Martin's looking very competitive here on the first day of testing. Hopefully that is a good indication of their car for the rest of the year. Back in turn 11 now, Fernando. Fastest first sector. Showing very competitive here. Obviously now showing that he has a 132.8, which is extremely competitive, putting him second place right now. That is incredible from Aston Martin, just showing such pace here at the end of the day. Looks like Red Bull have dropped the car off the jacks as they have been doing some pit stop training. Incredible to see that Aston Martin are just as fast as the Red Bulls. Obviously, they have changed their design concept to almost mirror the Red Bulls. Obviously, seeing how competitive their setup was last year and just deciding to take it on for themselves this year. We see Charles Leclerc now going faster back up into P4. As I said earlier on in the session, once we have the track temperature going down a bit, we'd get some nice fast laps out on track. So I assume that we will see some of the big runners coming out again and putting in some really fast laps. Looking like we're doing some lighter fuel runs at the moment, which is quite exciting. Just looking at the Red Bull garage, it looks like they have damaged their rear jack. Concerns at the Red Bull garage that they have some issues with their jacks. Obviously, testing is not just about your car; it's also about all your equipment that services your car, your jacks, all of your wheel guns, everything. Everything gets tested during these 3 days. So they've been looking at the jacks and seeing that there has been some scraping seen on them. So obviously there might be an issue, maybe with the size, that it doesn't fit properly on the back part of the car that lifts up. So they are just having a look at everything, seeing if there's anywhere that they are able to improve. Obviously, these parts and these systems obviously play such an integral part during the races. You can lose as much as a second just because of a jack not being able to pick up quick enough, or you can lose multiple seconds if you drop the car on the floor in the pit. So they will be wanting to fix any little issue that they see. Bottas out on track at the moment, going into sector 2. Not a personal best first sector at the moment, but let's see if he is able to improve that at all. Hamilton is also out on track at the moment, not improving on any of his lap times. Max currently on a lap 140 of testing. Almost double that of Carlos Sainz from this morning and double that of Alex Albon from this morning. Bottas now coming in to finish his lap. Obviously not on any high-speed runs or qualifying simulations like the others. There's been a lot of talk from the commentators about how similar some of the cars look, especially with the likes of the Ferraris and Alfa Romeos, as we actually see them driving together right now. I don't see any issue, but they have more of an issue with the Haas and the Alpha Tauri at the moment because they look very similar with their white and red. I'm sure it should be fine throughout the season. Obviously, all the liveries have to be signed off from the FIA so that there aren't any liveries that are too similar to each other. Seeing a shot of the beautiful Ferrari driving on the track at the moment, getting ready for another fast lap. Seeing a lot of bouncing from the Alfa Romeo going through turn 13. Just bottoming out the diffuser there on the track, and you can see all the sparks flying up. We see Charles Leclerc just preparing his car now for another fast lap, just coming through turn 13 with the ERS harvesting. You can see that by the lights flicking on the back. Now deploying it again as we see them turn off and him coming into turn 14 to start his next flying lap. Very neat there on the exit of turn 14. DRS now wide open to start this lap. Let's see what speeds he's able to achieve. Neat and tidy into turn 1, no locking of brakes. Stable through turn 2 and 3. Well within the lines. DRS wide open again, coming up into turn 4. A little bit wide over the curb there, but still well within track limits. Ooh, very loose coming into turn 5 and 6. Just maybe turning the steering wheel a bit too much and having a massive hand of oversteer. He's clearly backed off now, knowing that there's no point in pushing on this lap because he lost so much time with that oversteer moment. So far from what we've seen in testing today, Red Bull have the upper hand. Ferrari are definitely in play, but the biggest outlier is that the Aston Martins seem to have quite a lot of pace at hand. Watching on another push lap from Fernando Alonso. Let's see if he is able to improve on his lap anymore and possibly take the top of the timesheet so far today. Just watching on board with him having another lockup into turn 10. On board now with Lando Norris in turn 13. Just getting ready for a push lap. We can see his tires are nice and shiny and new. So we should hopefully be seeing a true pace lap now from Lando Norris and McLaren. Coming down the main straight now, DRS wide open, passing the start line finish. Let's see. Nice and neat so far through turn 1. Turn 2 and 3 also looking very nice and neat. A little bit of sparks coming off the back of the car. DRS open now, coming up into turn 4. Neat, no locking so far. Looking very neat, well within the limits. Coming into turn 5 and 6 now, darting to the right. And then left again into turn 7 and 8. Very neat and tidy now through turn 8, coming across to 9 and 10, the left-handers. Very neat, no locking up as we saw from Fernando Alonso. DRS wide open up into now turn 11. Let's see if he can get it done nice and neatly. Once again, very neat. Fastest first sector for him. Well, fastest personal best first sector. Coming now through turn 12 and 13. Still 8.5 tenths down, though, from Max Verstappen's best time. Coming now into turn 14. Still nice and neat, well within the track limits. And DRS once again wide open with a 1:33.8, a second off of the pace right now. Obviously, we do not know what fuel load he is on right now, but they are on the same tyres, well, the likes of him and Fernando Alonso, as we see a replay of Lewis Hamilton getting a massive hand of oversteer there. Looks like he's playing World Rallycross more than Formula One right now. We see some work going on Fernando Alonso's car, possibly just doing some minor adjustments before they send him out again for some qualifying laps. Just some replays of that Aston Martin lap. Just phenomenal how quick they are out here today. I definitely did not think that we would be seeing them up in P2 right now in testing, obviously with how they performed last year. Last year was really a year to forget for Aston Martin. They had such high expectations going into the new design season, and they really just did not get it right, and they were really on the back foot. But it seems like they are really putting their best foot forward now for the 2023 season, showing that they are very competitive right in the beginning of testing. 37 minutes left of the session here today, before we have testing again tomorrow. Lando Norris's lap now puts him up into 8th position. Certainly not where McLaren want to be right now, but hopefully they still have a little bit of pace at hand and they can go that much faster and push themselves up a few positions. Just following Esteban Ocon through the S's of 11, 12, and 13, just bottoming out so much. You can hear it along and you can actually see it in his steering inputs, how he's having to correct for where the car is bouncing around on track. Just following again, Esteban Ocon coming through turn 1, just very wide on the apex. Just looking very rough whenever he's driving. Just not looking like a fun time in that car. He is on a prototype tire at the moment, so you never know what they are doing. They may be doing some more different setup tests, so you never really know where they are. It is testing in general anyways, so you never really know what teams are planning. We can see the Williams coming back into the pits with lots of Flover's paint on the nose. They've been doing so much CFD correlation today. CFD obviously standing for computer fluid dynamics or computational fluid dynamics, just so they compare data that they do in there to the paint that they put on these cars, and they're able to take pictures and compare and see if their wind tunnels and all of their testing is actually correlating to real life. Just watching Lewis Hamilton out on track at the moment. Looks like he's running on some hard tires. Lots of bouncing happening in the Mercedes at the moment. Looks like porpoising, actually. Watching Hamilton come now down into turn 1. Unfortunately, he has backed out of that lap now, so we will not be seeing him go for another push. Still 33 minutes left of the session. Little bit wide on the apex there. Oh, having a hand of understeer there, having to correct the car. Yeah, he may as well give up on this push lap, unfortunately. Maybe just back off and prepare again for another one. Just having to take double stabs often at the steering wheel through corners, possibly just trying to get some extra heat into those tires. Obviously, the hard tires are the hardest compound that they run in Formula One, so it takes a long time to get heat into those tires. Mercedes may, as we know, it is testing, so they may be running higher fuel. They are on hard tires, so they may be doing some more long runs. They may be doing just some race runs just to see how these tires will run during the race, maybe next weekend. So you never really know. Just having a look at all of the Mercedes mechanics in the garage at the moment, just peering over all of the data that they are collecting today. That is obviously the aim of the game here in testing, is collecting data as much as possible, trying to see if you can cause any faults to happen in your car, for any gremlins to come out, because obviously you want to see if there are any reliability issues now in testing rather than seeing that further down the line. The Ferrari just out on track again, looking great. I don't think they are on another push lap just yet. They may be on a preparation lap. Let's have a look from their first sector. It certainly doesn't look like Charles Leclerc is pushing at all. No. He's harvesting quite a lot, so he's definitely not on a push lap. Max Verstappen currently on lap 143. It'll be interesting to see if he can break 150 laps here today. Just watching there, Frederic Vasseur on the Ferrari pit wall. Obviously, Frederic Vasseur taking over from Mattia Binotto as Ferrari team boss. He came from, obviously, Alfa Romeo, where he did such a good job to get them up into that midfield battle. Watching now a pit stop practice by Alpine. Watching the AlphaTauri out on track right now. Not putting in any personal best sectors at the moment. Just Just looking very rough at parts on that track, just watching his head cam, just seeing how much he's bouncing around inside there. Just currently talking to Jack Doohan, the Australian Formula 2 driver. He's been in the Alpine garage all day, hearing a lot of the talk between the engineers and the drivers, just listening at the moment to what he is saying. Just saying that he's obviously learning a lot from watching these drivers, how they interact with their engineers, obviously giving a lot of data in between to each other. Just saying that they are pretty happy with the car, just testing a bunch of different setups and ways of running the car to see what works best. As we see Max Verstappen currently out on track, not setting any faster sectors at the moment, but possibly on a warm-up lap at the moment. Currently on the medium yellow sided tires, same as what Fernando Alonso and Carlos Sainz or Charles Leclerc put their fastest laps on. As we now have Max Verstappen going down the start-finish straight, but no DRS open, so it looks like he is doing another warm-up lap. He may be doing some race runs at the moment on the medium tires, as he is not opening his DRS at all. So he has put a yellow first sector in. Obviously, that would be expected with doing a race run, as you're not using the DRS at all. Commentators are also saying that it looks very heavy, obviously meaning that it should be on high fuel, which is so comfortable. It's not sliding around. He's not having to overcorrect it. It's just working exactly how he would want it to go. Looking very neat and composed throughout all the corners, staying within the track limits, which is obviously exactly what you want to see from your car. Adrian Newey obviously being at the top of his game, one of the best car designers in the world. Coming through turn 14, so neat and tidy, hitting that apex beautifully, now into the DRS section and crossing the line. Just watching his hand inputs through that first corner, it just looks so effortless. He's not having to double correct it. He's not having to second guess where he's turning in. It's just looking like the car is absolutely listening to what he says. And hopefully for Red Bull, that is exactly what they want for this car. Of course they would. But we will see if that means that they will be at the top of the championship yet again. Following Fernando Alonso, just going very slowly, almost to the point of stopping out on track. I think just letting a car past, but still going very, very slowly in as he starts to speed up yet again, obviously just giving himself a gap to the car ahead. Just speeding up and braking quite a lot, putting that heat into his brakes and tires just to prepare himself for another flying lap as he's on a set of mediums yet again. Let's see if he is able to put in another fast lap, or if he is also, like Max Verstappen, going to be doing some race runs with heavy fuel. Very aggressive turn into turn 14 to start his lap. Let's see if he opens his DRS. DRS is open, so it looks like he will be on another fast lap here. Neat and tidy into turn 1 so far. DRS open now, up to turn 4. Very neat still into turn 4 here. Into turn 5 and 6. 0.2 down on his fastest lap. Not perfect, but he can still make that time up possibly. Very neat down into turn 10. Now on the straight, coming up to turn 11. DRS yet again wide open. Looking neat and tidy into turn 11 though. Personal best middle sector by him. So he may yet again improve his final sector and possibly take the fastest time off of Max Verstappen. Very neat yet again into turn 14. Let's see what his sector time is. Going a bit wide there, which will obviously affect his lap time, as he does not improve on his lap. He's lost quite a lot of time, obviously going wide there. But he may have lost about 2.5 tenths just by going wide in the exit of turn 14. Getting very wide there, just going completely over the curb into the runoff zone and then back across, just missing that gravel very, very tightly. Just showing some slow-mos now of him turning into that corner where he went wide. We see Valtteri Bottas now out on track. Also looks like he had some new tires on. Max Verstappen now on lap 149, so he will indeed break that 150 lap mark. Still no big technical failures here today. We haven't seen any cars with engine issues, with cooling issues. We haven't seen any crashes or part failures yet, which has been great. It's been good to see some nice clean running from a lot of the teams. Obviously, we've had a few small issues with the likes of McLaren with their wheel brows that just needed to have some reinforcing due to some machining issues that they are having, as well as the Alpines, who are having a bit of an issue with their wing mirror stays, which just hold the wing mirror down and stop them from flapping around. They also needed to be a bit reinforced. Other than that, and the Aston Martin ERS issue, we didn't see any other big issues today. Only one red flag early on in the first session. Lots of sparks flying up from the Alfa Romeo there. Possibly just running their car at the limit in terms of ride height. Looks like there's some smoke coming off of the back of the Alfa Romeo there. Just watching Guan Yu Zhou on the pit wall. Obviously just looking at all of the information and analysis data there. We see Esteban Ocon now coming back into the pits, obviously pretty much done with his program for the day. With 19 minutes now left of this testing session in Bahrain. Fernando Alonso on another push lap by the looks of things. Clean into turn 4 now. Let's have a look and see if he's able to improve on his first sector. Currently not. He is at a 34.4. Just having to lift through turns 6 and 7 a little bit. Just watching him go back into turn 1. Just, losing it there and locking up his brakes. Obviously a replay of a different lap. Watching Lando Norris now out on track. Also on the yellow sidewall tyres, the mediums. Keeping it very neat and tidy going into turn 8. Now onto turn 9 and 10, the double left-hander. Looking very neat and tidy, no lockups from him. Now going in the DRS zone up until turn 11. Max Verstappen now on lap 152. Lando Norris has improved on his first and second sector, so definitely some good improvements coming from them. Let's see where this new time puts him. It puts him up into 5th position. Still not yet on the pace of Aston Martin and Ferrari, but certainly closer to where McLaren wants to be right now. Looks like Max Verstappen may be on another push lap. 30.3 for his first sector, not a personal best. Charles Leclerc is also out on track at the moment, doing another push lap. Looking neat and tidy into turn 2 and 3. Coming to turn 4, no lockups, looking neat, still within the track limits. Turn 5 and 6. Still very neat into turn 10. Oh, big slide there, actually. Still pushing though into turn 11. Watching yet again the Alpine. Just it's running so low and bouncing all over the track at the moment. We currently have a yellow flag now in sector 2. But apparently it may just be flag testing. And testing all of the systems. We shall soon get a virtual safety car test as well. So really not much action happening on track right now with some systems being tested. Virtual safety car is currently being tested. So everyone is restricted to a certain delta time that they have to follow. So they're all reduced speed on track. Just watching the engineers spraying this paint on. Obviously, they just check where, when they use this flow-vis paint, it makes like streaks where the air flows. So you can see if there's any vortices in certain areas, if there's streaks where you don't necessarily want air to be flowing. It just really helps you correlate your real-life data to your CFD data. The virtual safety car is still deployed at the moment out on track. There are quite a few cars as well out on track at the moment. We currently have Max Verstappen, Fernando Alonso, Lewis Hamilton, Logan Sargent, Nick de Vries, Esteban Ocon, and Kevin Magnussen out on track. Commentators are getting very confused between the AlphaTauri and the Haas. I'm not necessarily getting as confused as they are, but obviously the Haas also has a red rear wing, and the AlphaTauri for this year also has a red rear wing. Red Bull are coming in. Well, Max Verstappen is coming in for another practice pit stop. Perfect in there. Max Verstappen once again coming out of the pits. Virtual safety car is still currently deployed. still watching the cars that are out on track, just trundling around, waiting for the virtual safety car to be taken away, as we now have 9 minutes left of this session. The Ferrari of Charles Leclerc is now being released from the pits. Right, ties not going for another lap. Max Verstappen currently on lap 155. Seems to have some front wing at the moment. How much effect or necessarily know what they are showing another replay of Max Verstappen coming in for a pit lane. Still following the Ferrari with that interesting test article on the front of it, just connecting from the nose to the end plates of the wing. It'll be interesting to find out what some technical analysis people think that they are actually testing here. 7 minutes now left of this session. Going through turn 1 and 2, just a bit wide into turn 1, looking quite. Going into turn 5 and 6. Now turn 7. And into the braking zone into turn 8. Now down into turn 10, looking very fast through that left-hand turn. Into turn 11 now, still looking very comfortable, staying well within the track limits. Coming now into turn 14 to finish up his lap. Lots of talk about what these front wing struts are for, what they may be testing. Albert came down start, finish track straight. It was just having a massive massive oversteer and just absolutely burning up those tires all the way through the straight. "10 minutes left of the session here today. Oh, sorry, less than 10 minutes left of the session here now. Lewis Hamilton just all over the place at the moment, sliding through the exit of all the corners here. It's really not showing any rear grip. Bottoming out quite a lot down the start-finish straight there. Just another replay of him bottoming out down the start-finish straight there. Just looking like it's eating up its floor there. Not looking very comfortable at all. Looking like it's bouncing a bit through some of the corners. Well, very interesting first day of testing here. Definitely a lot to talk about, a lot that we will be seeing some more technical analysis into, especially that Ferrari with those front struts. As we just have people finishing up their final laps now as the time has run out for testing here in Bahrain. Checkered flag is coming out now in 25 seconds. Alpha Tauri once again bouncing down the start-finish straight. We see more cars now coming into the pits. Obviously a very good day of testing here in Bahrain. Not many major technical failures, only some minor failures here today of hardware pieces such as the wheel brows and the mirror struts. We also saw a small ERS issue from Aston Martin earlier in the day. Just have the last few people now out on track, but I think we will be signing off here today. Thank you very much for joining us. I have been Rhys Stedman, and you have been watching Forever Motorsports. Please do tune in again tomorrow for our coverage of day 2 of testing here in Bahrain.